Good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Chatty. Everybody's chatty. Today, is it anybody have anybody involved with the first day of school? I know in Loudoun County we had the first day of school. Congratulations. The pictures are probably going up all over Facebook as we speak. Glad we could get everybody here today and really excited about the day. So anyway, I'm Tom Suter, the founder of ATARC. Special thanks to Craig Abod, Mary Lang, and Hannah Horowitz, and the rest of the Carasoft team for allowing us to use this beautiful facility. I'd like to thank our partners. Can we get that up on the screen? Partners? Slides? Can I see it? Okay. Well, I'd like to thank our partners. I kind of did a little runaround and a couple of the swag that was pretty cool. This has already come in from Zimperium. They've got a screen cleaner. And my wife always says my computer screen is disgusting. So we kind of sanitized that. A couple people around the table used it. And then our friends over at Cribble have a golf kind of like a divot fixer and a ball marker. So definitely check out on top of that, the good swag. They have a lot of cool technology. A lot of companies have made their start at ATARC and had successful starts. I remember when Wiz was here, like some of these companies that are now massive valuations, they all got started here, and excited for this. Good day today. We're going to have a lot of interaction with our panels. Another exciting thing before I get into it at ATARC, we're really excited. This is the first summit since we started the ATARC Integration Center. It's a lab environment. We've got about 3 racks up there. It's meant to do demonstrations for government customers. Upon government customer request, I want to see this solution. Really excited. It's actually on the 4th floor of this building in Carasoft. So they're actually down there now putting some additional electrical stuff. So that's exciting news in the world of ATARC. But I'm not going to take up too much time. I'm going to bring my friend, Jason Miller. I love your jacket that I mentioned that today, from the Fed News Network. You can listen to him on the radio, podcasts. He's a man of all media, really. A reporter's reporter. And are we going to have trivia this morning? Maybe? All right. Jason Miller.
And the panelists should come up too. I'm going to steal one of your microphones. You all are going to have to share. Yeah, I trust you can. It's first day of school, kindergarten. We all learn to share. All right. While the panelists come up, first of all, I have to thank, of course, Tom Suter. Always a pleasure to be here. He does such a great job planning these. Kim Eastridge and all the folks at ATARC who put this together, invited me. It's always a good time, and haven't done one in a while, so it's kind of nice to be here. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network. For my shameless plug of the day, you can find us, of course, on federalnewsnetwork.com, and, of course, today when you're driving home on your 1500 AM on the radio dial. Yes, it works, I promise. All right, so as Tom said, you can have some trivia today. Well, somehow that became my shtick, so here we go. And this is all about audience participation. It's to get you guys warmed up a little bit, right? Someone said to me years ago, don't be funny if you can't. And so I'm never one to tell jokes. I'm never one to be like, did you hear the one about, right? Like, no, just that's not my thing. But somehow I fell into trivia. So I'm going to ask, you're going to answer, right? Back and forth, warm up to get you going, because I have the wireless mic. I'll get out in the audience after we kind of do our initial 20 minutes or so here on stage, and then we'll kind of make this a conversation. So warm up. All right, here we go. Beth, you can't answer this first question, okay? Yeah. You're not allowed. All right, now, if you've paid attention, since our topic is legacy modernization, GAO issued a first report in quite a while on the oldest IT systems in the federal government. It named 11 of those systems that were most in need of modernization. Do anyone remember what the oldest in years, how many years old was the oldest system? Anyone remember that? It was just like June or July they put this out. Give me a guess. 32. Too young. 45, too young. Someone said? 62, 61, very close. It was 60 years old. This was a DoD system. They didn't name the system because of sensitive issues, but if you look back at the 2019 one, you can figure out which one it was. Second place was a Treasury Department system that was 59 years old. And in fact, 5 out of the 11 systems that they looked at were older than 50 years old. Now, a little bit of good news there. as I said, this was the first report in several years since 2019. And if you remember that report, that was fun because, if I remember correctly, Congressman Hurd at the time, Congressman Chaffetz at the time, held up a 5 1/4 floppy disk and was like, look what they're still using. And, if you're remember those days of 5 1/4 and 3.5-inch discs, those were fun days. But anyways, 3 of them have been modernized from that 2019. So progress made. All right, here's another one. How many new investments, keyword new investments, has the Technology Modernization Fund made in 2025? New investments is the keyword. Give me a number. 0, too low. 10, too high. We're closer. Huh? 3, 2, anyone? 6, too low. They've made 1. 1 new investment. That's the FTC, $14.6 million to improve their data processing capabilities. Now, if you look at the TMF and you go, well, Jason, I looked at TMF and it says Selective Service also got an award in 2025. The answer is actually they got an award in 2024, but they got their money in 2025. So trick question. All right. And speaking of the TMF, my favorite topic and many people's, it is set to expire. When? And when does the bill that is out there to renew it push it back to, like extend it for? So when's it going to expire? End of September. Good one, right? September 30th, 6 weeks. And what is Nancy Mace's bill, MGT Modernization Act? It's going to push it out to when? Extend it to 2037 is too far. 2030 is too short. 2027 is still too short. 2032, someone said it. There you go. All right. Hey, look at that. You almost were good. You almost participated. You almost got some energy going. We're going to get better. I know we will. All right. So now the fun thing about my trivia is now you can go home tonight and talk to your family and friends at dinner and be like, did you know that the oldest system? All right. So here's how we're going to do this today. I've asked each panelist to take about 2 to 4 minutes to tell you something you don't know about what they're working on with that legacy modernization. We are unrehearsed. We don't have questions pre-planned. We don't do bios. If you don't know what the State Department is, you can look it up. If you don't know what NOAA stands for, look it up. It's all on the Google. Then we're going to go to your questions. That's why I took the wireless mic. I'll get it out into the audience. Please wait for the mic, and it's my mic. I'll repeat this now. I'm going to hold the mic. People say, are you very type A? I say, no, it's just better for sound. So, again, unplanned and unrehearsed. Melanie, guess what? Put your mic on and take it away. Tell us something we don't know.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Melanie Cannon from the Department of State. Something that you don't know. We're working on a lot of things. Let me ask you a question. How many people sent an email this morning? How many people maybe have checked a SharePoint site for a file or something within the last day? All right. So one of the things that you may or may not know, how many people have data scientists in their organizations? Oh, okay. Quite a few. Well, for me, a data scientist assigned to me as the CIO of the Bureau of Diplomatic Security is something new. So one of the modernization efforts that we're working on right now, and it's that everything, the 3 questions, 4 questions, whatever I kicked off with, all has to do with data, right? And we have data across many platforms, across many siloed systems and things of that nature. So we're under a huge modernization effort to bring data into areas that make sense, put them in containers or environments that make sense, it's accessible, it's secure, it's efficient. I don't know about you, but I was searching for something this morning and I said, darn it, Melanie, you haven't even caught the wave yet of your own office. So we're on this data modernization kick with my data scientist that's been with me since January of this year. And we're riding a wave. Anyone else out in any type of, everyone's data is organized and straight, right? Anyone else? No? Perfect? All right, it's all perfect. We just need AI, and that's part of data as well, using AI. Anyone else out there using AI to do fun things? Y'all need to wake up. It's early. Jason kicked y'all off. Come on. All right, that's it, Jason.
All right, no, it's not it. Hold the mic. Keep it on. Keep it on. I got to follow up.
All right.
All right, so you talk about data modernization. So that can talk about many different things, right? It could be the technical side. It could be cleaning your data up.
All of the above.
Yeah, of course it is, because it has to be. But give me 1 or 2 things. Hey, what's a big priority for you in the next 6 to 12 months? Hey, in 6 months from now, if you and I have this conversation again, I'm going to be able to show progress where, how? Give me a little bit more.
Excellent question. At the Department of State, we have what we call our FAM, our Foreign Affairs Manual, and it outlines what the responsibilities and duties are for our data scientists. So, or I'm sorry, our chief data officers are what they're called. And one of the primary things right now is that I don't have a centralized catalog where I can go to find stuff across the organization. I am the arm of law enforcement, so I won't go deep down into the things that we do. Did you all know the department had a law enforcement arm? Maybe not, but we do. And to check the box of success for us is that I will be able to, if I'm looking for said materials, I will be able to go into a catalog and find that. My dashboards will match and be able to tell me where my secure enclaves of information is versus just intermixed the way that some things are today. Not all things, we're not all bad. So we're trying to get to that hygiene, so that's where I can check that box.
All right. No, that's helpful because I could ask you 3 more questions about the data catalog, but I'm not because that's what their
Thank
job
you.
will be. Yes. Encore from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Take it away.
So how many of you know what Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is? Oh, look at that, 4 whole hands. All right, so FMCSA, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, is the arm of DOT, Department of Transportation, that regulates large trucks and buses that are involved in interstate commerce. There you go. You guys learned something today.
Yes,
That's
we
awesome, right? So about 10 million trucks are on U.S. roads every day. Freight in America moves on trucks, and the agency regulates all of those trucks. Those trucks belong to about 1 million companies that we call motor carriers. And with that, there's about 7 million drivers that drive those trucks as well. So lots of interactions with lots of stakeholders. We enforce all our regulations in coordination with law enforcement agencies across all 50 states and territories. So there's a whole lot of data exchange that happens when we conduct our mission. We register motor carriers, we do inspections, investigations, do some compliance activities with them, and then if you're not following the law, then we go enforce. Right, so all of those things happen through FMCSA. Another thing that you may not be aware of is that FMCSA is one of the youngest agencies in the federal government. We were not in existence in the 1990s. We only came into existence in 2000. And we used to be a part of Federal Highways as an office of motor carrier. So when we moved into our own agency, because somebody said, hey, we're already under the threat of this whole, going from 99 to 2000, something happened during that time, remember? It was like there was a big fear that things won't work.
Why?
Y2K,
Yes.
yeah. So they said, why don't we just create another agency to go with it, because let's add to the chaos a little bit. So they did, but the agency did not get all of their IT systems to start off with. So they repurposed things that were built for federal highways for a specific purpose, and then started the whole downward spiral we call IT modernization. So somebody said, "Hey, you have a mainframe. Mainframes are bad." Somebody said that. I didn't say it was me.
It wasn't you.
Yeah, it wasn't me. And then let's convert that mainframe into an Oracle database, because that'll solve all your problems. And it did.
There was somebody out there that was trying to.
Yes, right. So many years, a lot of data, and a lot of good decisions, bad decisions, created this a mishmash of IT systems that are used today to conduct all of our mission, right? And there's one system on the GAO report that I proudly own, and is a high priority. I didn't name names, so I got 65 of those as systems, so one of them belongs there. But it's important for us. That system is the heart of what we do, right? It stores a lot of critical information we use to make decisions from a policy standpoint, from an enforcement standpoint, and say what you may, it still works, right? It may not be the best of the best. It may not be the flashy AI that we're looking for today, but it works. However, it's our responsibility to make sure that it is now in a space where it's more efficient, it can seamlessly exchange information with a lot of stakeholders that we have. So, yeah, I mean that's where we're at.
So you mentioned a mishmash of systems, which is a technical term that I'm not quite familiar with. But also you mentioned you have about 65 systems. So just give me a sense of what, it's very similar to what I asked Melanie, what are you hoping to get done? Like what's a major priority around those systems? Is it moving them to the cloud? Are they mostly in the cloud? Is it, hey, we have a priority list of those 65 systems, they're ranked in order to say we want to move these 3 or 4 or however many in the next 12 months to a modern setup. Help me understand where you're going.
Sure. So those 65 applications were built over time, right? So Conway's law, people don't like to talk to each other, so they build systems that don't talk to each other. So, a lot of stuff that happens in every organization. We're not unique, we're not on an island, and we don't pretend that these problems don't exist. So we have a mishmash of these applications, which is, again, a technical term, because they exchange data in a very weird way sometimes. About 4 years ago, we made a bold decision to modernize our entire IT ecosystem to go from these 65 applications to about 7 platforms. Right? We are already 100% in the cloud. So we did a lift and shift, and we said, we'll make them cloud native as we go, but at least we got rid of all the infrastructure problems that we had. A little bit. So we're on this modernization journey of taking those 65 applications to these 7 platforms, and we've made a conscious and deliberate decision to not replace one system with a newer version of another system, because that's a never-ending spiral that you go down. So we are considering how we can make the life of a user better. How can they do their job in a more efficient way? And we've come up with an overarching vision that says, we're in the safety business, and we firmly believe that, okay, if I asked you today, we're in the road safety business, whose responsibility is road safety? Is it federal motor carriers? Is it the trucking companies? Is it the law enforcement agencies that enforce those laws? Whose responsibility is it?
The driver.
Us for not cutting off the trunk.
Okay. But the right answer is everybody's, right? The motor carrier should be, employing drivers that are well qualified. Their vehicles need to be well maintained. The law enforcement should be enforcing the law. The driver should be driving properly. And when we are driving right next to a truck, we shouldn't believe that they can see us at all times, because it's a large truck. So it's all of our responsibility for us to be safe. And safety is going to be higher if we make it very easy for everybody to participate in that process, right? And so our modernization is using it as a North Star to say, hey, if we make a decision, does it make it easy for a law enforcement person or a motor carrier or somebody else to give us the data that we need and use the information that we present so that they can make the decisions that improve the safety of somebody and save lives on the road. So with that thought in mind, we're making some changes that are making it easier for people to collect data, process data, and then serve out information that is useful for them to make decisions that, keep our roads safe.
All right, very nice. Thank you. Beth from GAO, and this is the part of GAO that is not just
Yeah, I'm not
waving
the
their
one to find your problems. I'm the
Exactly.
one to
Solves
provide their
them.
own IT. So I would say that I am about 12 months behind my predecessors. We are 99% on the cloud. When I started at GAO, they had 0% in the cloud. No one had a PIV card. Everything was on-prem. They didn't even have a circuit to the network. They hadn't even started their EIS migration. Their primary system that they use for all auditing is 30 years old, and in a platform that really doesn't exist very well. And they'd had 2 big initiatives that were 10 years in the making and had not come to fruition. Since then, one of them we looked at and made a determination that while technology was at one point when the project started, we could build 3 macros and get it going. And that's what we did. right? So sometimes what you have to think about, and I will say I have two pet peeves about the name of our session here. I don't like the word legacy, and I don't like the word modernization when it comes to tech. Legacy isn't a bad thing, right? You can have a 30-year-old system that's a mainframe, but it's up to date, running common code, and probably bulletproof. And modernization never stops. It's evolving technology. If you say modernization, that says it's a beginning and an end. If you're doing that in technology, you already failed. Right. It's evolving. So how do you continue to evolve and meet the customer needs and what your agency needs to have, and what's that continual roadmap? So here's ours. Ours is to finish rebuilding our foundation. So we will be done with our cloud modernization, or our cloud replacement of our on-prem, our network changes before December. We're in the process of shifting our legacy document management system to SharePoint, which, woo, exciting stuff, as we speak, right? Cutting edge. But that is a resetting of a platform, right? What we're doing next is the rationalization that we heard of all of our custom applications of, I'm a unique snowflake and I need you to go find developers and build my own thing. Now we have 3 platforms. We're going to re-platform and figure out where it goes. The other big thing, though, is we have built our own AI. And so that will be at the core of what we do. And the reason we had to build our own and not use a lot of the products that a lot of you probably have and are using is because we have accounting standards and audit standards we have to comply with. The yellow book and the green books are our God and North Star. And so we have to make sure that whatever we're doing, that we have control of it, and that we are building all of our AI based on that. And so we have developed it. We've been feeding it all of our audit reports. We're making sure that it's giving us the same answers that we would from our human beings, and have very high success in getting ready to expand the deployment of that. So for us, it's about how to think smarter, what we can actually use and get better leverage of the tools we have. One of the things I would ask for all of the people in this room that is a detractor often and has, in many of the 30 years I've been in government, caused problems is please let us know if you haven't talked to your peers and other vendors and know where things integrate. Right? We have at least 3 projects right now that I either have to pivot or stop because, I'm trying to put this square peg with that round hole in these 2 applications. They'll work fine together. They don't. And that then causes a whole bunch of problems for me to have to try to rip things out. So let's just be honest. If you don't know if it works or if you haven't worked with it together, please let us know, right? That's something you can help us with, because it shouldn't be me doing your R&D, right? But we need to make sure that we're building things that are now what I always call Lego bricks, right? I don't want any brick and mortar. It takes me a whole bunch of time to unchisel it. I'm not building the Taj Mahal. I need to have something that snaps together and then unsnaps together as it changes. I do know that we are at a pivotal time. There's been lots of different tech that we talk about, whether it's the cloud or shared services or, blockchain or whatever those things are. But the next one of really artificial intelligence with the augmentation that we have, that is going to be the next change, big change. And we're seeing it every single day, and it's rapidly impacting all of us. And so how do we understand the legacy environments or the current environments that we have and what is actually going to snap in? Because if I have to rebuild everything, it's not going to work, because we're not starting from scratch. Unless you have a startup, then you can start from scratch. All of us up here don't have that, so how can you help us build into what we have today?
All right, keep the microphone on. Quick follow-up, I'll let the audience ask you all about your new AI tool, but I want to ask you about those 3 platforms. What's that rationalization / approach to, okay, this is better on platform 1 or this is better for platform 2, and then what's the kind of that roadmap look like? Are you doing what Encore did, which is lift and shift, or are you modernizing?
Well, so we lift and shifted first just to get them into the cloud, right? And now we're doing the rationalization. So for example, HR and onboarding. We have about 60 custom applications or shared services, including using OPM and Treasury and other things. Of our 65 applications, how many of them do you think are for HR and onboarding? 29. 29. Do you think I need 29? And they all are either on a platform that's probably a provider that's, like I said, an OPM, or something we custom built, and they all are on something different. So I'm going to look at my Power Platform. I'm going to look at my ServiceNow. I'm going to look at SharePoint. What can I actually use and rationalize those things with the things I've already invested in? And in many cases, I'm paying for and not fully utilizing. Right? So how do I take some of those 29 down, stop paying the licensing and the custom application coding to do that? So that's the first one we're doing, but we're doing that for all 65, right? And we're also going to be putting in a case management system because we do a lot of cases, right? It's not law enforcement cases, but every time Congress comes to us and says, I need you to figure out what's happening with this program, that's a case for us. And it goes through a very methodical process of designing how we're going to do the audit, how we're actually going to gather evidence, how we're actually going to connect our analysis, and how we're going to report our findings. That is a case. And so how do we make sure that we're doing that around these wrappers?
All right. So many more questions. But Rick, from NOAA, tell us something we don't know about what's going on with modernization, or in Beth's case, evolution.
So NOAA does a lot of different things. I work with the NOAA satellites. So I'm going to geek out a little bit because I think it's a lot of fun. Our polar satellites orbit the Earth about 14 times a day. But that means that we have antennas up in either Svalbard or Alaska that have to sit there and listen to them as they go flying by, and they grab their data so that we can pull it down and put it into our weather forecasts. We have geostationary satellites a little bit farther away, but they sit still, which is a little easier. But that data needs to be in the hands of the weather forecasters a minute after it's taken. And so that satellite is taking a picture of the Earth, and within a minute, the Weather Service has it so they can do their forecast. And then the next minute, and then the next minute, and then the next minute. And then we also do space weather. How many know what space weather is? How many people? It's a big deal. We all depend on space weather forecasts. We have a satellite 1 million miles from Earth that sits there and stares at the sun, along with those geostationary ones, that have to get that data back to us. And it takes a little bit for data to travel 1 million miles, so that we can get that to the space weather forecasters so they can make a forecast, because if the sun is going to do something to us, it's going to happen in the next 20 minutes. Our communication satellites, our power grids might be impacted by this, and so that's when you'd see all of our communication satellites have to shut down so that they don't get hurt by whatever the sun is doing. So go look up at some point space weather. It's pretty cool. But as far as dealing with evolution, that's a challenging aspect of it, is to have this constant data feed that has real economic and life and safety decisions coming constantly. Add in the fact that some of our satellites are old because they stay up in space for a while, which means the stuff listening to them on the ground is also old. We have satellites that were launched in the early 2000s. We're planning for our next generation satellites to go into the 2040s. How many of you could have guessed our IT infrastructure and landscape in the early 2000s that we have now? That was before smartphones, definitely before AI, before cloud. I mean, we were talking about Amazon being a .com company. What's it going to look like in the 2040s? I have no idea. And so as I'm trying to help design this, and I'm getting satellites that are creating more and more data, evolution becomes a different beast. And I can't turn off that feed of data. Everybody will care. And so that's a different kind of challenge, is that kind of real-time thing, and being able to manage that.
All right, so the question is, how? So you have all this data coming in. How do you collect it, process it with these maybe older systems, and then how do you plan out? How do you architect, okay, how do we make sure, to Beth's point, Are you saying it's got to be more modular, it's got to be more Lego pieces, so we can pull out this older and put in this newer? Like, give me a sense of what Noah's thinking.
So two aspects, and the modularization is going to be key. And the other is as our sensor technology is getting better, we're seeing 10 and 20x growth in each image that's getting taken. Doing that the way we did in the 90s and the 2000s in a data center, we can't scale a data center that fast. Our budget doesn't cover that. And so it's obviously right now the current technology is moving to the cloud. It can scale. However, I'm also designed with this isolated system that wasn't meant to touch anything, let alone the internet. And how do I modernize it? And I think the biggest challenge is, how do I get the people whose job it is to run that to understand what this modernization looks like? I think the technical solutions are there. I think we have project managers that can get us there and maintain it. But the culture of the people whose job has been to watch these satellites and make sure they're running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is extremely risk averse. If they don't understand it, it's a risk. And so that's a lot of it, is the culture change on getting them to understand. We can update this and you'll be okay. I promise. But then they say, well, you can't know that, you haven't done it. And so that's a risk, and so we're not going to do it. And so that's one of the bigger challenges for me is that culture change on people just being able to embrace something new.
All right. George, from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, you shook your head when Rick brought up the culture change piece, the embracing something new. I don't know if it resonated to you, but tell us something that's going on in Army Corps of Engineers that we don't know.
Sure. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. ATARC, thank you for having us. And hopefully you'll get something from this, other than most of you are younger than the oldest systems we have. So that's not a bad thing. At the Corps of Engineers, I have a very unique position in that my primary customers are the warfighting community. The Corps of Engineers is a country's civil engineer. If you want to know more about them, use the Google. But we're an impressive organization of close to 35,000 people doing the country's civil engineering work, bridges, dams, watersheds, those kinds of things. But my particular role is about delivering maps to the warfighting community. And when I say that, could I get an idea how many used a map on your phone to get here today because you didn't know exactly where it is? Great. That's probably Google or my wife's favorite, Waze, or something from some other map tools, right? We don't use any of those. They don't work on our systems. They don't have the icons. They don't have the ability to interact with our weapon systems. They don't give the soldiers the information they need. They don't give our senior leaders information about where the blue forces are, where the red forces are. They add value to you all, but they don't help us in our world. So over the past few years, we've been struggling on how to lay out a roadmap for improving the maps. So one, we have commonality. Two, that we can display information, the right information at the right time to the right unit, and yet be able to understand that information at a higher level, and then at the same time get information back from those users. So unfortunately, our users don't all use Verizon or T-Mobile inside their tactical systems. When we send them out somewhere, they have the comms that we gave them. And I want to hearken and emphasize what Beth said about legacy modernization. There's some weird pervasive concept that we don't modernize. So there may be 10 or 20 systems that have been around a long time, but I would be willing to bet that the majority of those other systems are constantly being modernized. And so when we got into this problem space about modernizing our maps, making sure that they're available, consumable, usable, we ran into a lot of challenges. Is the data to create those maps, while it starts at a higher enterprise level, gets disseminated down to lower communities that don't have good bandwidth, that don't have compute, that don't really care about a lot of that because they've got a mission they've got to achieve, so they need a map with all the information they need on it. So we purposely started with standards. When we did that, we communicated with the vendor community that built all those maps that you use. What are the right standards that we should have so that we could leverage commercial data that's both collected by NOAA, NGA, and other organizations to include our partner nations that we could access and then display in a common format that would suffice for the particular mission they're undertaking. So that has not stopped, because that spurred a construct where we are constantly having conversations with industry and using what they're developing to drive what we're doing. So I think on that side of the house, we've done a very good job of laying out a construct to always leverage what is being done new, and then trying to figure out how to adopt that into our systems. In terms of the data, I was told that I would get $1 in my budget for every time I said cloud and AI. So I'm going to say that a lot today because, as you all know, our budgets are kind of anemic, which before I get into the technical part, I want to talk about that just for a second. So like my counterparts here, we all have the reality of developing budgets for any modernization efforts. And those budgets have to go through quite a few wickets. That's your dollars. Those are the public dollars, and we have rules and regulations on how we spend those dollars. So when we develop our modernization initiatives and look at the things we need to buy, we have to lay that all out, go through several wickets, and then hope and pray sometimes that Congress will fund those things. They don't like all the old systems we have, but those old systems are very expensive to update. And so the longer you wait, maybe it gets cheaper because technologies become much less expensive. But the reality of any modernization effort is critically dependent on the ability to get the right funds over the number of years you need them within the budget cycle, and that's not always as easy as it seems. So do not lose track of that. That's a very important aspect, and I see everyone raising their heads. And by the way, even if I wanted money today, I'm building my 2832 POM, which means I'm laying my money down that I need starting in 28. 26 is the presidential budget. That's pretty much locked. So if I want to modernize something next year, I'm going to have to make trades within my own budget to do that, and that's based on some priority. So back to maps. What we've done is we're on a roadmap to leverage cloud and on-prem. We are not going to divest of on-prem and go to full cloud. There is a lot of data that resides in the cloud that's relevant. We can move between the two. And the reason we do that is a lot of our tactical level folks do not connect to the cloud. They start connected at the top level, and then when we send them out, they're using antennas to get data back and forth. They're using field cell towers that are limited in how much data they can send back and forth. So we fundamentally believe that for the near future, on-prem is something that we're going to need. However, because it's expensive to constantly modernize the on-prem solutions, we've adopted a storage as a service construct where we actually employ and leverage contract vehicles to buy storage as a service where the vendor is constantly doing the updates on the hardware that we have. So we think that's a good balance between having to buy our own, throw it all away, do a new acquisition, throw it away, do a new acquisition, throw it away. So storage as a service has given us some opportunities to expand the amount of storage we have at a lower cost, while at the same time maintaining modernity, not going around looking for when we're going to modernize, but the vendor has given us that construct within that paradigm. And then for the cloud, we are leveraging cloud, but I will tell you, we're starting to learn the realities of cloud costs. It's one thing to store a bunch of stuff in a cloud somewhere where you never touch it. It's another thing to have 15,000 soldiers that are constantly going in and out of the cloud to update their maps. Those egress, ingress costs, look, a little number times a big number becomes a big number. So we're getting our hands around that, but if that is the direction that our senior leaders want, then they should not be surprised in terms of the cost that brings about. So to kind of summarize, we've got a modernization strategy premised on leveraging best-of-breed standards that industry is developing, that we're adopting. We have a construct for on-prem and off-prem, and then we've just recently employed a production construct that allows us to take advantage of data sets on the internet, open source kind of things, so we can scarf that up. We're building a validation process to make sure that the data that we're pulling is authoritative, if you will, so it's not spoofed. So our maps at the lower tactical level are always current. And then lastly, we are looking at AI. Not a lot of people are doing geospatial AI, chat with a map, if you will. If any of you are doing anything like that specifically for geospatial, I would love to talk to you, but that's a very hard arena. So that, in summary, is kind of where we're at.
All right, we're going to get to your questions in seconds, so start thinking of them because I have plenty for George. But I'm really fascinated by the storage as a service. So if you don't mind just maybe going into that a little deeper, is this on-prem storage as a service? So you're, hey, company X, you're going to maintain our on-prem data center and upgrade it and make it better. And do you know, in a sense of maybe it's new, but what's the return on investment for you? Are you saving money? Is it just
Sure.
what's the benefits?
Right, so I'm an old guy. I've been around a long time. I remember enterprise resource planning systems, ERPs. Do y'all remember those? They were going to save us all kinds of crazy money, right? And then we went to freeware. Remember that? Oh, just go ahead and take it. The code's free. Look at that, right? And what did it do to our security posture? Man, it's crazy, right? And
Seat
then from that we went.
Seat management was great. Remember in seat management how well that worked?
Yeah, remember open source? Oh God, every 20-year-old that's drinking Mountain Dew to know tomorrow coming out of college is giving us open source solutions that we can't put on our network. So storage as a service allowed us to do a couple things. One, expedite how quickly we could update our storage on-prem. That storage as a service is on-prem. It's machines we can go touch. One of the things that I tell my 25-year-olds is when your dad stops paying for that Spotify, what are you going to do for music if you don't buy a new service? What are you going to listen to? Christian rock on AM radio? I don't think so. No disrespect there. I'm just, So we don't own anything. So any of the data that we own, how do we move it back? We have a lot of critical data in the government, believe it or not. And so if it's all in the cloud and we turn off the cloud, we don't have money for the cloud, what do we do with our data? So for us, the maps are very critical in terms of the information they have, and also from historical perspectives in terms of operations where we've achieved certain objectives. So we want to keep that. And so we want to keep it on-prem, and then if it is in the cloud and I got to bring it back, what do I put it on if I've divested of every single bit of my storage? Do I make CD-ROMs, which you can't find anymore? So we purposely wanted to have a combined solution till two things happened. One, the cloud became so ubiquitous in the business process, in our business process, that it became much like SharePoint, right? Although the reality of it is nobody can find anything on SharePoint. So in the cloud, we've got the same file 70 ways to Sunday. So let's just be honest about that, right? So storage as a service allowed us to constantly modernize. It's on-prem, and it's actually less expensive when you look at the petabyte of space that you can procure versus buying your own and then having to maintain it, because you also have to have people on-prem that are also interacting with all that. So this gives us the ability to buy it purely as a service. I can ramp it up from 2 petabytes to 10 petabytes in a matter of days because of the way the contract's constructed. I can also bring it down as quickly, and then I have control over that storage and what goes on it in terms of being able not just to access it, but to disseminate it on other networks. Not everything is on unclassified. We have 3 other networks that we also share data on. And so I have authority to move that. I have the ability to do that when I have storage as a service. In the cloud, it becomes a little more complex. It is doable, but it is not as easy. So control, cost, access, ease of use, and then the flexibility to be able to go up and down as we need based on what the mission dictates.
All right. Questions. There's a lot up there. We got space, weather. Anyone talk about space weather? We got everyone. The common theme seems to be data. We have any questions? There we go. Always need the first one. All right. Whose mic is it? Whose mic is it?
It's your mic.
There you go. Don't reach for it. Okay, tell them who you are.
Hi, good morning. Jake Zimmerman, Guidehouse. As technology leaders, how do you balance the pursuit of technology excellence with customer experience to ensure that the tech that you're delivering and modernizing is being used by your stakeholders and customers in the field?
So for me, it's always been about customer experience first. And you've got to bring customer experience. It takes a village, right, to do technology. The biggest thing about evolving technology has always been, at the beginning of this, we were like, we will build it and they will come. Right? There has to be an actual need and a desire and understanding and talking to your customer all the way through the process and building the thing that's going to help them. If I'm building something and it's not going to add value, then there's no reason to build it, right? And so having that as part of it, doing focus groups, making sure they're part of the design, part of the testing, and part of the adoption is critical. And if you're going to be successful, that better happen all the way through.
Let's go ahead, George, but I have a bunch of questions.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
so I used to work for a guy named Martin Gross at DISA, and one of the best leaders I've ever worked with. And so he would tell me when I built a product if I could make it SES proof. It took me a while to figure out what that meant. I'm like, sir, you're a really smart guy, you know, and all that. And so he's like, if I can't use the tool without you, then I don't know if you built a good tool. And what he was basically driving at is what Beth said. The user experience drives how you build what you build. So for us, maps are fairly complex. I work with a lot of geographers. They drive me nuts sometimes because they're on the back end of the map. The things that you never see on the front end when you're driving down the road, it takes a large village to make those maps. So what we've been doing is looking at how much data people are pulling. In 2024, we provided 2 petabytes of digital data downloads to users worldwide. That's a lot of data, okay? So, but that didn't tell us much. That didn't tell us how they used it, what they thought was wrong with it. So we've set up different user groups at different echelons. Right now, our primary objective with the newer tools that we're building is to build a tool that I can go into Pentagon and give a 2-star access to through a link to be able to make a map to have a Google-like experience. So the standard has been set by Google. At the lower echelons, they're doing all kinds of other things with that same capability. They're doing analytics on the slope. They're doing analytics to line of sight, not only what I can see, what can see me. They're doing shed views, how much area can their weapon systems cover. They're all kinds of things. So for that's a little harder. So we've been trying to figure out how to adopt a better construct and get feedback from the users. A lot of times users don't want to talk to you. Only when you're building something that really wasn't very good, they want to tell you why it's bad, but then when you say, help me make it better, they're always busy. So I think there's a balance, and we're trying to figure out how to get there with that. If any of you have any ideas or processes that are not so intrusive, that are very simple to be able to get at, I'd be interested in looking at them. So this is not an easy place to be right now.
All right, I have a bunch more questions. Anyone else? I'll move on. All right, go and tell them, no, my mic. Tell them who you are, though.
John Cyrus, IBM. My question is for Rick Miner. Rick, I believe NESDIS is getting ready to support the next generation satellites, which is coming along. What new IT initiatives are you preparing for as you get ready to support the NG satellites along with NASA?
That's a great question because I'd alluded to it. So GeoXO is one of the big ones, and then for our geostationary, some of the things that we're having to look at is making sure that our ground system can handle the amount of data that it's providing. Because like I said, the instruments are getting more detailed. It's like our cell phones that went from little teeny pictures that we used to take to big, gigantic 8K videos. And so it's that same kind of a thing that we need to be able to process that in the same time frame so that we can continue forward, but also our distribution of that data. How we got weather information out 10 years ago, 15 years ago is different than it is now. Sometimes that's with our partners like the Weather Service or DoD or some of our, the people that we have agreements with, but also the public. We're trying to make it so that some of our data is available for the commercial sector for AI. Now our data is a little bit different. It's not just JPEGs and videos and text files. It's scientific data, but it's also useful. And we're seeing some of that use from companies like Google and Microsoft, leveraging that to be able to use in geospatial AI, where you'd ask about weather, and some of those other things. And our primary purpose is how do we make it so that that's easy and readily available, not just for large companies, but a small startup that might have an amazing idea on how they want to handle this data. That's the government purpose that we want to be able to provide. Does that answer your question?
All right, another question right here. Still my mic.
Okay. Mark Kagan, Panoptis Intelligence. A specific question, but a general question addressed to all of you, which is concerning cybersecurity, especially in view of where we are now, where assumptions you may have made about the security of the applications and the systems that are under your purview and what you're developing now and what you're looking forward to are not valid anymore because of the thousands of cybersecurity professionals that are no longer there and won't be there to maintain the security of these systems. And then, second of all, directed to George with relation to the specific applications that you're doing. I'm paraphrasing an old expression that if you give an E1 an anvil and send them out into the field, they'll come back a week later with a broken anvil. The things that you're sending out with them, how do you maintain the security of them? Especially when in a combat situation, you know the enemy is going to be trying to hack into them and misdirect them and alter the information that you're sending. And are there any lessons learned that you've taken from the Ukraine war with what's been going on with the Ukrainian software designers for specifically in your area?
All right, we got 17 questions there. So let's start with the first question, which is as you're developing your applications, as you're evolutionizing them, to Beth's point, security, how's that kind of changing your approach? And then we'll get to maybe George's other questions.
So I like that question.
Hey.
No, I like talking. Go
Come
ahead.
on, I know. We noticed that. I'm joking. No, it's a great question. So great question, and I'll try to make this brief. You stated that the absence, and I'm paraphrasing, the absence of security professionals. Thankfully for myself, I am not experiencing that at the Department of State. We have an ability to attract great talent, and they stay at the table for some time. But of course, people grow and go on. But security is always at the forefront every phase of any evolution, modernization, project build, whatever we're doing. The young lady that's sitting in front of you, she may want to turn around and have a conversation with you even about the question that you asked George. So as we're looking at our landscape, yes, our adversaries are always out there. You may or may not know that the Department of State is one of the agencies that's targeted most often out of all of the agencies. I wonder why, right? We have some of the same things that you're talking about with George, where we have people in the field, we call it in the field or at post overseas, and there's a protective, there's a geospatial set with them as well. So as we're building our platforms, whatever they may be, if it's in the geospatial, if it's in biometrics, something, our security experts are at the table. They are contributing. They are not afterthoughts. They are there through the entire evolution of the process.
No, I think I was going to say the same thing. It's kind of working.
It's working.
So, yeah. So, people use the DevSecOps phrase a lot, right?
Yes.
I hate it, but because it was always supposed to be DevOps,
Right.
and then security people felt left out, and they wanted to do
That's what
DevSecOps.
it is.
Yeah,
Right.
but for me, certain things are table stakes, right? So Beth talked about CX, leading with CX. If CX doesn't exist, everything else is a waste of time, right? Security is one of those things. You have to be secure when you design, secure when you develop, and secure when you operate. It's a non-negotiable, right? And your organization has to be resilient enough and not be personality driven to say, oh, if Ankur shows up, then we're secure, but if he doesn't, then there's a problem. So most of our organizations, thankfully, are resilient enough where, yes, there may be a shortage of folks, but the applications are designed in a way that they're not randomly exposed now just because 3 people left on the same day. So that's just not how things are happening today.
But let me just jump in, because I think to get to his question is we've seen change in the security approach. The bad actors are doing things, pick on AI because it's easy. They're using AI, right? They're getting better with their phishing attacks. So I guess just to try to paraphrase, how are you changing your view of application revolutionization, to Beth's point, about when it comes to security? Does it change the way you approach security? Are you thinking differently? Or is it like, hey, whatever security is today, it may not be the same tomorrow, but we will have to evolve with that, because what choice do we have?
So fundamentally, it's been the same approach, right? What is security today is not going to be security tomorrow. It's not the security of yesterday. the attack vectors keep moving, and you have to adapt to keep addressing those changing attack vectors. I mean, fundamentally, that's the notion of security. If you don't move, then you're a sitting duck, and you know what happens to sitting ducks. So you don't want to be a sitting duck. So fundamentally, things haven't changed. Yes, the technology has changed. The tools may have changed. Our monitoring approaches are a little bit different. How we validate information coming in is different. How we treat identity and access management is a little bit different. But fundamentally, in our roles, we have to sort of predict what the attack vector is going to be today, tomorrow, and day after, and use our approach to attack those things.
The only thing I'd add is we talked about transportation security, right? I would say from an AI perspective, all of you should be very cognizant that one of the biggest new threat vectors is using your own Wi-Fi against us, right? So for us, we had a 40% increase this year in bot attacks with AI coming from home Wi-Fi within CONUS. So they're hijacking your routers in your houses because you didn't change your passwords and then coming after the government. Please change your passwords.
This public service announcement comes to you from George. Can you answer it because I have a bunch of other questions and I know we're probably getting short on time, or do you want to take it offline with the?
Sure.
Well, it's up to you.
Sure. One of the things that we noticed as we moved to the cloud, we spent more money on cyber folks. We lost our folks for different reasons, but I can tell you going to the cloud is not an easy venture on the security side. So I saw head nodding. Those costs went up. That's so not an inexpensive venture. Well worth it, no question about it. And yes, those guys and gals are probably changing their passwords all the time. ATO, authority to operate. We do not field a piece of software and a capability without getting authority to operate on a network. It's not an easy process.
It's not a choice either, by the way.
It's no. And I will tell you, if we had a softball game with the security folks, we'd probably be trying to beat them all the time, right? It's hard. It's not easy. It's constantly changing. Even as you're moving to a field of system, halfway through, you get new sets of rules and regulations based on some of the stuff Beth said. We just learned something new. Well, we're going to have to address that. Well, now the fielding takes longer. We, in the past, started by fielding things on the easiest network to field on, JWICS, which is our higher classification system. We used to believe that, JWICS, there's a lot of different purviews that you could take to field something. The Army Geospatial Data Fabric, which is the combination of all the different geospatial data holdings across the Army enterprise, it's taken us 3 years to get our ATO. Through those 3 years, the evolution of the security posture and the changes that we had to make on the easiest network really debilitated our ability to field it fast. We didn't want to just field it fast, which I know relates to dollars to the industrial base. We need to field it right because we don't want to take those chances where everyone's infiltrating the handheld devices on the battlefield. Luckily for me, the network that carries all that data back and forth and secures and provides the encryption for the end user to use is not my problem. I'm just being very frank about it, right? Because the way we bifurcate, I think if I could ask for some changes to be made and how we look at this is we start connecting the network owners with the software developers. So as they're developing the software for the capability that's going to be fielded on regardless of what network, they are being influenced by the security folks. So the design at the beginning isn't reacting to a new security guideline, but in line with the security guideline. Not an easy thing to do. There are different communities. So one area that needs to be improved is there. Second, look, you all develop something new every day based on the threat. We simply cannot consume every single thing that you develop. So I would ask you to start looking at what Beth said, the Lego block component. So we're trying to build things in Lego blocks. So as you develop a new technology, don't just try to sell it to us. Tell us how it fits in that Lego block. Tell us what we can take out and what we need to take out and replace it. Don't just try to sell us a newfangled thing. We have a lot of that. And please don't take that as an eye poke, but you play a critical role in this. Understand what we're doing. understand how what you provide, and then that makes modernity much, much easier, because then we're disposing of something we don't need anymore and replacing it with something that's critical.
All right, another question? Let them know who you are. Stand up. But it's my mic.
My name is Nisha Kaul. I work for the State Department. Melanie is my boss. So my question is more geared towards the Department of Transportation. As you know, that driverless cars are here, and I had the privilege or a great experience using them. Felt very safe, and it was a very, very seamless experience. But being an IT specialist, I can't stop wondering if anybody is thinking about the standards and cybersecurity about this disruptor as it becomes a commodity in the upcoming years. So any thoughts on that?
I can assure you somebody's thinking about those standards. They're not on the road without anybody thinking about them. No, so I had a similar experience. I just came back from Phoenix, and there's Waymos that can pick you up from the airport and take you wherever you need to go. And it's fascinating to see how confident that car is in the data it gets and the way it drives. It's a little bit scary because you're not in control, right? So it's there. But with autonomous cars, not just cars, there's a talk about autonomous trucks. Think about that now, it's a 100,000-pound missile rolling down the street. I think the issue is not technology anymore, it's a matter of trust, right? Because how many of you drove here this morning? All of you. How many of you were mad at least one person that cut you off in the traffic, or they were like driving like an idiot? Like more than one person, right? So I can assure you the autonomous cars drive better than that one person that you were just mad at, right? And they're definitely better than the people that run into storefronts and they're in the laundry, like it's the parking lot. It's not. So the worst driver on the road today that is appropriately licensed by your state is probably worse off than what an autonomous vehicle is today. So we should feel comfortable around them. But that's coming from a technologist, so it's just take it with a grain of salt.
All right. We got another question.
Okay, your mic.
My mic.
Yeah, your mic. So thanks everybody. And so my question is specific to the data management. And so to address Ms. Killoran's or Ms. Cannon's on the data catalog piece of it, and what Ms. Killoran said about now that you've lifted and shifted the rationalization, can you talk a little bit about what your rationalization around data management would be? So for instance, how much data is going to have to remain on-premise because it has gravity, and how much do you do in the cloud, and what's that process look like? Thank you.
Okay, so how much, again, in a law enforcement environment, they're and I think Bev talked about the statutes that she has to follow as well, but some things are told to us based on data records management and things of that nature. Some are case-based investigations and things of that nature. So depending on the type, the sensitivity of the data, the category of the data, that's going to put us in, you keep it for a year, you keep it forever, or you're able to archive and things of that nature. We have FOIA requirements as well, but mainly for our case-based data, there are strict rules that we follow. These are not things that we make up ourselves or whatever. If it's this type of case, if it's closed, if it's international, domestic, or whatever, there are strict rules that we have to follow. So I'm going to say for me, it's not a rocket scientist type of situation in that. We look at the guidance, we see where it fits in with said data, and then we follow that guidance. There are some gray areas sometimes, depending on if it's, again, international or cross borders, cross state borders or whatever. There's gray areas, and when we do have those gray areas, we have to put definition to what we have done and why we've chosen to do that. So that's kind of summarized on how we look at it.
So on our side, we are looking at all federal agencies' data, right? So by statute, every federal agency, as a part of an audit, must turn over their data. So as you can imagine, I can't then say, okay, well, I don't care how DOD protects their data. I'm just going to throw it over here, right? Or I don't care how transportation does it. I'm going to just throw it out in the public, right? I have to make sure that I am keeping that level of security on the data that that agency does. And in some cases, we are looking at their data because something happened, right? Like, for example, the OPM breach. we have all the data associated with that breach. I'm not just going to keep it and put it in the cloud. That has to stay in a classified environment. We have a number of classified audits. That has to stay in a classified environment. But there are other ones. We have mandated every year to do financial audits. I'm not going to just take every agency's financial data and just like, oh, yeah, let's put it over here. Right? So it depends on what kind of data we're getting, whether we're getting it from an agency, whether we're buying that data, and what the standards are around it and what protections that agency had, which is why we have engagements and we do those and what we have to do to secure the data up front and how we're going to acquire the data and what we have to do to protect it.
All right, George, we got to be short because Tom's giving me the hook.
So we're learning a lesson that data has a way of breeding. Like the more data you have, the more data it seems to make. It's incredible. Right? And so one of the things that we're at least blessed with is that the satellites are always giving us new imagery. The problem that is created is the imagery is better. So, a year ago, 50-centimeter commercial satellite for imagery, everybody had. Now we're down to 25. We're talking massive files. And so we're constantly updating those files. But I will tell you, we are struggling a little bit in terms of what to keep and what to get rid of, because the historical perspective of satellite imagery over years to look at change detect is something that's relevant to us. So where do we put that data? How do we access it? How do we put it into a process so we can run the last 10 years to see what's happened there? Not an easy task. A lot of the business data, there are strict rules and regulations in terms of how we manage it, how we handle it, how we store it. And so, but at the tactical level, a lot of that becomes disposable. We're trying to figure out how to bring it back into the fold so that we can actually use it, because they're also collecting data that complements the satellite data and other sensors. So it hasn't been an easy task, and quite frankly, we're getting overwhelmed with the amount of data that's coming to us. We do not have the ability to store everything that we would like to store right now. And part of that is back to that budgeting thing that I talked about earlier, in that if we really wanted to store all of that from the battlefield, I don't think there's enough money for us to be able to ask for, to be able to store all that. So prioritizing the data, trying to figure out how to historically get rid of certain data sets, or one of our other strategies, pawn it off on NGA, let them store it. But that just pushes the bills over there. It doesn't solve the cost problem, it just pushes it over. So I don't have a good answer. If any of you has one, please share it with us. But those are some of the challenges we're having.
Okay, we're going to get started with one of my favorite programs. We have a lightning talk, and our first our first presenter is Jim O'Malley, who's Senior Manager of Solutions Consulting, Platform and AI at ServiceNow, and you could take it from here.
Thank you. Now it's on. There we go. I got it. Okay. As he said, thank you all for coming. My name is Jim O'Malley, Senior Manager, Solution Consulting.
You might be a little tall for this mic. Let me give you this one. How about that? We'll turn that one off.
Sounds good. So, manager for what we're calling the Platform, AI, and Data Team, formerly known as Creator Workflows. So, quick background on me. I started my career as a programmer, comp sci degree, sat behind a computer for a bunch of years programming in C. As I moved on with my career, I came across low code, no code. Absolutely amazed at how quickly you can now create applications. Things that were taking me weeks and months now take hours and days. And not only do you create them faster, we've added AI, so now you can really supercharge them. So let me jump in. Like you said, this is going to be quick. Thank you all for coming. What I want to talk about today is how federal agencies can modernize apps without having to start from scratch or sacrifice security. Our focus is ServiceNow's App Engine on our AI-powered platform with governance-first low-code can take you from idea to impact, like I said, in days and not months. So quick safe harbor. I will be doing some forward-looking statements. Please work with your sales teams, do your research before making your buying decisions. Please don't make them based solely on what I'm talking about today. So we started off today talking about systems that were 60 years old, 59 years old. As you can imagine, 80% of federal IT budgets are still being spent to modernize legacy systems. We still have citizens' expectations skyrocketing, FedRAMP requiring driving up security. And because of that, Gartner is predicting that in 2028, a third of all enterprise applications will include agentic AI. And that's going to be up from less than 1% in 2024. So as you can imagine, modernization isn't a question. It's how fast can you get there and how can you do it without risking compliance or breaking your budget. And we all know that it's going to be mandatory, right? Federal agencies are being pressed to improve citizen services, optimize processes, and comply with mandates. And legacy systems, siloed data, and manual processes are making this hard, almost impossible in some cases. So how do you build and modernize apps without starting from scratch? So ServiceNow's AI platform, App Engine platform on our AI allows you to modernize apps with AI in 3 practical phases, right? All without having to rip and replace what you already have. So start off small and infuse some of your current workflows with AI. Next, you can start to introduce agents, and agents can execute tasks and make decisions for you. And then finally, move towards autonomize. Agentic AI can continuously improve for you. So let's dive into each one of these one by one. So in phase 1, it's really all about doing things fast, right? Think of AI as your tireless information intern. It can take tasks within a workflow and execute those tasks quicker and without errors. So a great example of that is just adding task summarization to a custom workflow. It can give you context where and when you're needed as you're doing the work. In phase 2, we start to introduce AI agents. AI agents become your operational team. They can execute tasks that are complex and dynamic and require reasoning and decision making. A great example of this is a job applicant. Think about taking the data, searching across multiple systems, and being able to assess their eligibility, calculate their risk, and even recommend next steps all automatically in the background, right? It will accelerate turnaround time, improve client experience, citizen experience, and do it all without having to add headcount. Brings us to phase 3. Phase 3 is autonomy as a service. You set the guardrails, the agents run the race. They can execute your workflows as an organizational team without any human interaction whatsoever. So it's all done on your AI native apps. So a great example of this is planning an event, right? So you have your AI agents. You've got one for event planning, one for budgeting, and one for location and venue booking. They'll complete the booking on their own and leave the people at the event free to plan the fun stuff and do the creative things. So only ServiceNow's platform of platform brings AI, data, and world-class workflow together on a single platform, allowing federal agencies to achieve true end-to-end automation. And we also understand that compliance and governance are non-negotiable, right? So we supply a oversight application that we call AI Control Tower. It really becomes your command center for measuring and monitoring AI across all of those agents. Again, it's about setting the guardrails and letting them complete the task. It brings transparency, security, and accountability right to the forefront. So what's next? If you're wondering how to get started, we do have a plan to get you going here. First thing you want to do is an assessment, right? Take 2 or 3 high-impact workflows and infuse them with out-of-the-box AI functionality. Next, do an experiment, right? Start a pilot. Use the out-of-the-box AI features in App Engine. And then continually Monitor and optimize. Monitor and optimize. So, with ServiceNow, you don't have to sacrifice or choose security or speed. You can deliver both. So let's attack your missions together. Thank you.
Hey,
38 seconds to
yeah,
spare.
you did a great job. Just a follow-up question.
Sure.
You know, one of the challenges, how big of a challenge it is that you have this platform, you paid all this money for it, and then the customers don't really realize the full capabilities and not using, you know, how do you get them to educate them, you know, even though they're paying the license fees and that kind of thing?
So there's two components to that, if you will. The first one is we do have our ServiceNow University online, full access to it, YouTube videos. I can't count the number of YouTube videos out there. But number two would be we have a service called Impact that will come in and help you realize all of the features and functions that you've purchased. You'd be surprised how many of our organization people that have purchased us use 40% of what they bought, right?
Thanks again.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Great. I've got too many things in my hands and I forgot my reader contacts. So anyway, I got my phone, I got everything. I'm disheveled today. Next up, we're going to have Jim Ditchett from SAP. Welcome, Jim. And what's your title again? Joe. Okay. Oh, I read the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Well, let's just start again. Thank you, Joe.
All right, test. Got it. So Joe Ditchett from SAP. I'm an industry executive advisor at SAP. I work in the federal and defense market for SAP. Background, Navy veteran, surface warfare type, Naval Academy type. After that, I went to work for the Department of Navy as a federal civilian in the acquisition workforce, working in the business system side of the Navy Department, working on the finance and supply chain systems of the United States Navy. So now working with SAP, working across all of our federal government to try and help solve some of our biggest supply, finance, and business operations issues from a technology perspective. So thanks, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm told that I need to be bright and be fast and be funny. I can probably only guarantee one of those. So I'll try and focus on fast because I know you want to get to the next best session, which is following this. This has a really long title, and it doesn't really get to the heart of what I want to talk about today. What I'm here to really do is talk about some industry perspectives. At SAP, we participate in about 26 different industries. We use cross-industry learning from that. Continuous improvement is a little bit of a funny word because it brings us back to the Kaizen and Lean Six days, but that's not really what I want to focus about here. What I want to talk about here is opportunity. Opportunity for improvement and opportunity for continuous improvement, and from kind of a data aspect. All right. If you're not thinking about how to manage your application landscape, and you're not thinking about what's driving your mission success in this area, you're only being held back by your current posture. And that's kind of a no-brainer at this point. It's not really all that hard to imagine how we can improve our particular business, right? And we all have a lot of different perspectives. So one of the things that I often think about here is where are the three areas that we want to focus on when it comes to creating business outcomes from your application landscape and trying to modernize or create an evolution within your landscape. Really, what we talk about a lot is unlocking the agility in either things that you are already operating or things that you are trying to field. So allowing our public sector organizations, especially for the folks in federal, to really dive into a more dynamic approach to these changing geopolitical issues that we're all facing. And from that, trying to reduce technology risks. There's a lot of risk management experts in the room. I know that there are, but collaboratively, we often have to talk about how we strengthen our security, but also building in resiliency into our business process. And then also aligning business with the IT strategy. You know, if you're an IT person, we can be a little bit more open to the business concepts and strategies that the business organization is bringing together. And for the business functional folks in the room, you know, bring the IT folks in, right? Because the closer we work together, the more impactful the more impact we'll have with our modernization going forward. So some numbers from industry. These are global. This isn't specific to U.S. federal or U.S. public sector, But when we look at organizations that are facing challenges, we see kind of the common areas here. Many of these teams that are out in the field are experiencing high forms of technical debt. More than half of these organizations have extended technical debt. We see a lot of IT professionals that struggle to collaborate and are having IT satisfaction issues. So how do we get around that kind of stuff? And then many more. But I really like to focus on, again, bringing all of this together into a continuous process between business and IT. Now, from that, how do you get that into a more truthful picture of where your particular business lies? Now, at SAP, we recognize that data is really kind of how you're going to manage your business, and that data comes from a contextualized process and at a transactional level. Now, you have to imagine that this is not your ERP of the past. This is not your grandmother's ERP. Modern systems and modern enterprise systems, ERP or not, are built off of transactional data sets. And bringing that together to an AI-enabled cross-collaboration is really going to be where businesses are going and where public sector organizations globally are going with their technologies. So with that, we'll keep moving forward. To fuel continuous innovation, one of the things I want to talk about here is the enterprise agility. If you focus on your business differentiating processes, that's where a lot of your agility layer is going to lie. Because what we see a lot of is there's an 80%, 75% common core of business process. But when you look across the industry of industries that is federal, you see some pretty unique mission sets. Whether you're buying and building ships, delivering aircraft, moving vaccines, moving other healthcare related items or food, we're an industry of industries. So there are some unique mission sets, but then there are some mission sets that are a little less unique. Something that's commonly shared across the globe. And then with this kind of more modern approach to your enterprise application rationalization is to get to really the modern side of it or the maximize the value side of it, we really talk about kind of less upgrades, right? So to get less upgrades, you really need to do more out of the box and less less true configuration. We don't want to use the word customization anymore, right? So as you architect and build your strategy, focus on doing as much as you can across what an industry standard might be considered and only modify what you really need to do. Because you probably, as we talked about a couple minutes ago in a previous session, you're probably not taking full advantage of what you already have, and a lot of that's already pre-provided for you in a lot of systems. And then enabling efficient and secure operations. This really talks about this shift in this idea of the need to know to the need to share. All that, of course, within a business appropriate risk-controlled environment. But the whole idea of percolating decisions up has to go away, and we start pushing decision-making out into the field. And to do that, we need to create an environment that allows folks and teams and organizations to get to the data that they need to get to. Again, within the context of your business priorities and your business risk requirements. And then kind of to wrap up here real quick, some numbers that look a little scary at first. When it talks about all these organizations that are struggling to get access to their data, we heard petabytes of data being stored, but I can only see less than half of it. Why does all this happen? You also see 83% of enterprises juggling 2 or more cloud platforms. I don't think that's particularly surprising, but you really have an efficiency issue when you're trying to do this, and you have to really think about how your data is going to talk back and forth between these cloud environments. The fact that there's 83% of enterprises that are operating this way doesn't necessarily mean that it's a wrong approach, but it's a risk approach, right? So you have to really kind of factor that into what you're considering when you're creating an integration concept for your organization. And there's about 7 best practices that we find when we're talking about AI-enabled transactional data that should be considered when you're building out your systems. So with these 7 here, there's really only a couple that I really want to make sure that you focus on as I get off the stage here right now. Flexibility, openness, and data gravity. So trying not to duplicate trying not to over-duplicate data and create data inconsistencies is a factor for all of your modernization evolutions that you have coming forward. So something to consider. I am out of time, and I promise I'd be fast. I'm sitting right back there. I'm happy to talk to you more, whether it's an old sea story from the Navy or modern applications.
Yeah.
Happy to do that. So.
Well, thank you. Before you leave, I'm just going to ask you
I'm going to just ask you a question. A lot of what the government is, how do I use your platform and cost optimize it? I'm seeing a lot of that I hadn't heard in the government quite as much before. How do you assist customers with that journey? Where do I store my data? Those kinds of hard discussions.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, well, at SAP in particular, there's certainly a long list of options available to our government customers. It's both supportive in nature from a team-based approach, so we have different programs that are available to them. From a Star Plus, there's a couple different names for them. But then you also have some actual metric-driven, like how are you using this? And SAP is committed to doing the best by the taxpayer as well, right? So we're trying to make sure that the government is getting the best that they can out of it.
Well, thank you very much. Joe, great job. Got in under the wire. Good work there. Now we're going to go into our next maximum panel session. We have Amber Corin, who's going to lead it for us. We've worked with Amber a long time. She is a ATARC. She's kind of a free agent, but she's like an ATARC consultant. Welcome. Are you going to go up here? Or you going to sit?
I like to be as tall as possible whenever I can because I'm 5'3" in real life. So thank you all for being here. This room is super packed. So I'm glad that everybody is excited to talk and hear all about the future of agile application development and deployment and their impact at agencies. We have a great panel lined up. If I can ask our panel members to come on up. As Tom mentioned, I'm a free agent. I do some consulting for ATARC. I work in freelance PR, journalism. I'm a semi-recovering career journalist. I've pretty much fallen off the wagon at this point. I'm actually doing some writing here and there, but kind of a Jill of all trades. But I love coming to these events and working on these panels and having some really interesting conversations. I'm going to set my iced tea down here, if that's okay. Drinking my green tea. Okay. So I'm not going to do a lengthy intro of everyone on the panel. You can see them all in your booklet, and I trust you all can read that. But I will let them do a quick intro just to say who they are and maybe a little bit about why they're here today in terms of what they do. And then we will dive into things. So maybe we'll start on the end over here.
All right, thanks for having me here. My name is Garfield Jones. I'm from the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, the Associate Chief for Strategic Technology, which means I mainly work in the emerging technology field, dealing with artificial intelligence, and I lead the post-quantum cryptography initiative as well. Why I'm here is because I also work in the R&D space, working hand in hand with our science and technology folks for DHS, put forward and forcing, I should say, agile and change upon them as we go forward and bringing new research initiatives.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks again also for having me as part of the panel, and very engaged with ATARC in a lot of areas, so glad to be here and sharing. Similar to you, Garfield, I'm also driving transformation within my organization. So I've worked with the Marine Corps. One of my roles is digital transformation within my organization, and that's been a lot of culture and change around that. And the primary purpose I'm here today, though, is sharing about one of the unique things we have now, Operation Stormbreaker, which is helping collapse ATO delivery times for workloads, and really passionate about how the DoD in general can solve this problem of taking many years to deploy capability and moving that far to the left and be kind of in that 15-minute time range where we're meeting those mission owner requirements. So I'll have to share about that any way I can. So thank you for having me.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Will Jenkins. I'm a part of the Department of the Air Force Digital Transformation Office, where I help teams go digital and not just digitize.
That was short and sweet.
We're standing between them and lunch.
Oh, well. Teresa Kenny, I am the Deputy Director of NASA SOUP. I'm here because, as well as you all, we are going through a definitely big change in business, the way we're working with government, the way we're working with industry, everything. How do we use Agile to the best that we can to continue on our missions, our goals, to get out of what we need? As we know, it's getting tougher and tougher.
Hi, I'm Ramesh Ramakrishnan from the Department of State. I'm actually part of the Office of the Chief Architect in terms of the Enterprise Architect, where our office pretty much looks at a lot of the architecture reviews of any of the systems coming through, products that are coming through, and also ensuring that every IT asset and whatever that we see on any of our networks are managed and within a particular boundary. So those are our main things. We're here because when we do a lot of these architecture reviews, we are always looking for ways to improve and bring about these applications as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Spence Spencer. I'm the Director of the Product Delivery Service Division, the Office of the Chief Information Officer at the Patent and Trademark Office. My division has responsibility for CI/CD, DevSecOps, developer tooling, and software delivery into all of our environments. And I'm here because I want to share some success. So that's that.
And we've got one remote panelist joining us today, Elena.
Good morning. My name is Elena Peterson. I am from the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in Washington State, which is why I'm remote this morning. We are a national lab that does R&D for just about all of the government agencies represented on the panel and more. And so I'm here just to bring the perspective of what some of the R&D partners do in this context. Excuse me.
Great, thank you so much. So all of that stage set there, we can go ahead and jump in. Let's just talk about, to set the stage, how are Agile development platforms and practices helping agencies respond more quickly to the changing mission needs? I know that we've heard a lot about low code and no code. That's not exactly new. I'm sure that there are other things that have evolved since then. So not just how are the Agile development platforms and practices helping achieve these things, but also what kinds of Agile platforms and practices, specifically if you're able to specify, besides low code and no code. I'm interested in hearing what else is going on. And then, Dave, do you want to start?
Thank you. Yeah, so that's, I think, where that primary benefit starts to come in is the ability to deliver results very quickly. I think one of the biggest advantages, especially in the R&D space, but even just in the innovation space, is be able to deliver working code into production with an authorization while you're still in the prototype and kind of minimal viable product stage. So I think that's one really big advantage of having these platforms, and that's one of the things that Operation Stormbreaker enables for mission owners, is the ability through an authorized certified CI/CD pipeline to be able to build and even during the prototyping in that stage be able to deploy capabilities into production with all the security addressed. And what's interesting is that ends up then shifting the cybersecurity piece all the way to the left, and developers now are coding to the security requirements and having automated ways of learning and understanding where they have flaws in what they're building so they can build it correctly. And then there's always the culture point. I think we share that, Garfield. There's always the culture point here. One of the things that's been really interesting in my own organization is we've implemented the technology capability, and even the teams that run it, is how do they interface with the mission owners and the product owners and start bringing that culture away from projects, which is
only about a start and a stop and consuming resources to product type teams that are actually delivering capability. And Spence, I know you're going to talk about this because this is an area, huge success on his team, and we're starting to get some growth there. But I think being able to have that idea of we don't define all the requirements up front, go acquire the capability, have them build it, and then try to get an ATO and then deploy. We're talking about iteratively building on a platform that supports the ability for you to deploy into production with an ATO and do that incrementally over time as you enhance and improve whatever you're trying to build. So for systems integrators, that looks like you can start delivering capability within a matter of weeks of being on the platform as opposed to waiting 4 or 5 years before you're deploying capability.
I imagine that comes in handy in the R&D space where everything is emerging tech, and I'm definitely interested in kind of the emerging tech angle. Elena, does any of that kind of resonate with what you're doing, especially the cybersecurity piece?
Most definitely. I'm happy to see that people are thinking about cybersecurity at design time instead of over the top as has been in the past. And so these processes do really help with that. It does help us meet mission, and that mission can evolve. Again, the speed is great, right? Because if you take a year to solve a problem, the problem's changed already. So you have to go quickly, and you have to iterate so that the mission is met, as both for the actual applicability of the tool, but also the security of the tool. So I think it also gets us especially as researchers, more involved with the actual users, the actual end users, the actual mission. It gets us to be able to bring better solutions because we get more involved in what the actual problem is, as opposed to the old sort of gather all your requirements, write them down, don't talk to anybody for the next 6 months as you build code, and then try to deploy it. So it's much better to be working with the mission partners as opposed to just after we talk to them.
Garfield, what about for you being at CISA with the cybersecurity core mission, but also what you talked about working in S&T and with emerging tech?
Yeah, so we've got that benefit, of course, that we're trying to address all the cybersecurity requirements, and it is helpful to have that speed and agility to be able to meet any of the changing threats that are happening right now. But the other part of it is that speed kills. We at times we go so fast, and then there's mistakes that are made, and we've got to be careful of that as well. So working with S&T, we've tried to switch over, and they're very much waterfall because of all the regulatory requirements, compliance requirements that they have to. Elena's shaking her head because she knows all those things you still have to go through, right? And that's a bit of what the culture we were talking about as well. You've got project managers that still believe in that waterfall method because that's what they know, but you've gradually got to switch them over to, let's break these projects down into smaller chunks, so we're not putting 5-year, 10-year projects that are absolutely of no use when you come to cyber, because our threats are daily, hourly, that we're coming up. So we've got to address those and have the right project managers, the right folks addressing this, and the trained project managers in Agile on how to approach it.
Anybody else want to jump in on that?
So I'll jump in while you get yours on. So I'm going to talk about everyone's favorite subject, government acquisition, right? So a quick story. I was working on a platform, and we had a critical license lapse, right? It was a in case of emergency, like break the glass situation. It was all hands on deck to get the license recertified. So because our team was agile and we had incorporated a lot of the fundamental agile pieces, we were able to split into 3 teams. One was pursuing it, one was triaging our customers, and then the other was just making sure that the rest of the platform was kept alive. And so because we were able to rapidly assess, look at the problem, and do that, we were able to get a license buy done in a day. right? So huge success story, and that was possible because at the team level, we had incorporated agile approaches, and we didn't have to have meetings about it. We saw the problem, and then we fixed it. So within 7 hours of the license lap, we had it back on contract and activated. And so we were able to meet that need really quickly. And so that's less about the tools and more about the philosophy of we have to be able to fix this stuff quickly, and we have to move fast in order to do it.
There we go. I think that's on. I'd like to add on to the project to product jump. That was the thing that made the difference for us at PTO. That changes everything. If you combine a product-based IT management approach with Agile and DevSecOps and the ability to go really, really fast and develop things in a matter of hours and not days and weeks, that was the key to success for us. Project to product, I can't stress that enough. Our product owners for our line of business systems are our business partners. So for the patent systems side, those product owners are people in the patents organization. They don't even work for IT, they work for patents. Same thing for trademarks. For the trademark business systems, the product owners and the lead product owners, they're trademark examining attorneys or senior trademark examining attorneys. So we have a very close connection to people that know the law and the process very intimately. And by doing that, we're sure that we build the right system for them in the right priority. We're able to prioritize user stories and epics such that they fit the needs of the business, and the business knows what we're doing, and they know why we're doing it, and they know what every investment means. And that close connection, I can't stress it enough. That's a game changer in terms of getting things done successfully. We had a system, we replaced TRAM, which was the old trademark database system of record. As we went through the TRAM replacement, we were a few days away from turning the old system off, and we realized we had completely missed a search system. We forgot it was there, the trademark design search system. So they said, okay, the trademark product owner said, okay, let's go, let's build a new one. They didn't even have requirements for it. They went from no requirements to a system in production in about 8 weeks. And that's completely saved our bacon for the TRAM replacement. We were able to turn it off on schedule before we had to pay the vendor to license it again. That's the difference project to product can make for you. It's absolutely critical success factor.
Can I hop in on this real quick? I'm sorry. Just wanted to touch on a point that you made about the user stories. That is one of our biggest issues right now, is understanding having people develop user stories, and we're at that point where, you know, how can we switch over from waterfall to agile when folks don't know how to write user stories? So that is one of our biggest issues right now. Sorry.
Trivial. It took us a couple of years to figure that one out, but that's no joke. But it's worth the journey.
Yeah, I actually was really happy this morning to hear them talk about supply chain risk and cybersecurity, because again, budgets are been cut across the board, everybody, right? Personnel, we've been cut. How do you figure this out? How do you continue to move at the speed of light to get these things done in a timely manner, and then yet make sure that you've got your cybersecurity, make sure you've got your supply chain risk, make sure all of this stuff. And it's not an easy task, and we have to work together. I will tell you, one of the things that SOUP really strides on is communication. We really count on industry to tell us what's going on out there, as well as government. We need to share with you all what's going on with us, right? This communication is so important. If you think about cybersecurity and how people are breaking into stuff, and if we don't start sharing what's going on with each other, they win. They win. So we've got to start talking. That's the only way we can be agile. That's the only way we can move fast, and we can move with the speed of light, because we're educated and we know.
So along the lines which we were talking, with respect to the Department of State, one of the main things that we did was we started looking at overall agility, not just from this one. We had at the strategic level, if an investment or a request comes in, how quickly can we find out whether does this fit in with something that is existing? Do we have some of the information, a platform that is existing? So we really introduced that an agile architecture review at the very beginning. Our motto was architect before invest, and then we really started striving, and that kind of helped us a bit. Once we identified that, then we went into from an operational perspective is how can we quickly go ahead and our office goes through our technology review board before some things can be introduced at all. So that was another area where we really streamlined and created an agility into it. So the things that were taking close to 30 to 40 days to get approval was brought down very quickly to less than 8 days to get approval, whether it's a software, hardware, or cloud services. So we really streamlined and brought that into place from an operational. And then finally, figuring it out from a tactical aspect, what we started looking into it is, along some of the panelists said, can we create an enterprise processing environment so that the processing environment takes care of it from an ATO, from a validation perspective, and businesses can just bring in their system development or their application development, whether it is a low code, no code, or just infrastructure quickly coming up, but at least it's in a platform that has already been part of an enterprise processing environment. It's already ATO'd. A lot of the controls are in place. The security controls are in place. So when things are brought in, we know right away, oh, there's a new VM, there's a new change in it. The CI/CD pipeline is standardized. We've already gone through it to ATO it. So it really brought it in from an agility. All three aspects had to be looked into it. So that's where we have been able to make agility a lot more successful within state.
As I was listening to you and kind of thinking about what you're saying and also what you do, it strikes me that there might be some wrinkles and some differences in how this is all done when you're working, at a program or project level versus, enterprise architecture or something as massive and arguably unwieldy as NASA soup. I don't think it's actually unwieldy, but it's a huge thing. And it seems like, to me, working on that is just maybe like a little bit different than if you're just focused on one specific mission or one specific program, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I will tell you that all federal agencies use this vehicle. So when I'm looking at cybersecurity and I'm looking at supply chain risk, these are so important because I'm trying to look out for every federal agency that's out there. How do I build in things on our tools and within our platforms to help people make these purchases, evaluate the risk when they're buying certain products so they know exactly what's coming down the chain, right? So we try our best to try to stay ahead of it. We work with, those big agencies, FBI, to say one of them. They work with us to try to communicate and educate the rest of the federal government what's going on. We share what we can. We're the first to, if there is something that is absolutely forbidden for the federal government, we remove it within a matter of like 30 seconds from our website. It can no longer be purchased through our contracts. But we know how important this is to the federal government, to security, to cybersecurity, to all of this. So that's just one of the tools that we're constantly looking at, building in, and helping everyone.
Definitely, from an enterprise perspective, our views is definitely much different than different system operators. So if you're at the system level, whether you're managing your own system, which is the platform, or your own application or your infrastructure, they're having their own processes. So our goal is, we know that certain systems are still legacy systems, certain systems are in the process of migration, and some of them are completely a cloud-based environment too. But as an overall perspective, we try to provide clear frameworks so that each one can follow it and it feeds into the appropriate details. So it doesn't matter whether you're coming in for an investment request in 2 years' time, or whether you're trying to procure and add something in and update something right now in the next 3 months that you need to go in, or something that you are a sudden business need happened because of some activity that happened and now I need to release a product or an application that needs to be used within 24 hours. So all of them has to come in, but each one has a little nuance. But providing frameworks and providing how to go about doing it, that guidelines, and that kind of a setup really helped it out, because we have multiple bureaus, multiple offices who have their own budget, their own development shops. So it is very difficult for us to say one size fits all. For us, it is more in terms of the concept, the construct, and how do you use certain things no matter what, standardizing it. So there are certain places we can standardize, but certain things we let the end users, whether it's a system owner office or a bureau, to tweak it in it, but they have to follow certain patterns, rules.
Yeah, so how long do y'all think it takes to deploy a new set of software to an F-16 platform?
5 years.
Right, so on average, it's 8 years. And that is from the time that the requirement comes in to it's deployed to all of the fleet of them.
We need to talk.
Yeah, we need to talk. We need to talk.
Right, and so think about 8 years ago. The mission set is completely different than what it is today. And so how do we introduce Agile to those organizations and help them? So in the development, that's where we can really go fast, where we have to have that tailoring, which is so important to the Agile approach, is it takes about a year to train up our pilots. And do you want to know why? So when a pilot is just in straight and level, like flight, they have about 50% mental capacity to do their job, right? So if you are constantly changing the button topography and what buttons they have to push, they're going to get into a really bad situation really quickly. And so, yes, on the development side, let's go faster. But from a training and learning how to do the button and make the jet do what you want it to, that takes about a year to roll that training out. And it has to be muscle memory, because if you're in a high G maneuver and your blood oxygen level drops to significantly lower because blood is being pulled to your legs or something, your mental capacity drops to about 10% as a pilot. And so you have to have that muscle memorization and those fits and reps to be able to make sure that you can engage your mission successfully in a high-risk environment. And so tailoring the Agile approach, right? Like, no pilot wants to sit in training to, oh, they moved the button on my home screen one button to the left, right? Like, no, this button has been in the same place for the last 15 years I've been in this seat. I need to retrain that muscle memory. And so finding where Agile works and then tailoring it is super, super important to make sure that the mission is successful.
I'd like to make a quick point here. I want to go back to something you said a couple of minutes ago. When we talked about an enterprise level approach, I believe, and I think we've proven it, that it's critical as we adopt Agile methodology that you have to have top level buy-in for the process to work. That was one of the things that was a success factor for us, is that the decision to go to an Agile environment, to a product-based environment, our former CIO, Jamie Holcomb, sold that to the executive council first. We were ready to do it at the working level, but we didn't embark on that until the executive council said, yes, we're okay with doing this. From annual planning all the way down to delivery, we're going to adopt this new methodology. We're going to conduct essentially an agency level experiment, and it worked. But it would not have worked if our senior executives had been fighting us. If they'd been reluctant to do this, it would not have worked for us. So that's just the point that I wanted to make. And we talked about that in the DevSecOps working group, and I feel very strongly about that one. So Dave.
I have a little bit of a different take on this, at least the way I did it in my organization. What that looked like for me is I went out and got the receipt. So I implemented and then came back to show leadership, here's how it can work. And now I do have leadership buy-in. I don't have that mid-level management buy-in yet because
That's
as-
part of the selling process is
Yeah.
that you have to do skunkworks experiments, and you
Yeah.
have to show leadership. I mean, they want to see metrics, they want to see numbers and proof. I agree with you. You have to do that, but that's part of the selling the product.
Yeah, part of advocating with leadership, but it went back to what you were talking about, whereas you've got to have you have all those people with the mindset of that kind of product or project approach, and starting to break that is very difficult. But addressing what you were talking about, William, I think this is really an important point. What you're actually talking about and what we've done successfully and what Agile can help you do, support it right by the right teams and platforms, is actually abstract away the normal insulating layer between the actual end user, in this case a pilot, right, and the developer team that are building the solution. So when you think of a waterfall approach, you've got the acquisition office, you've got the systems integrator, you've got the business requirements writers, you've got, all of these people in the place, and you may have a case where the developer never talks to the end user, but when you're in an agile environment, the developer team is integrating exactly with the product owner, somebody who's representing the user, or in fact, the user, where you can do that, and you get those things where they realize if you move the button to the left, that's going to be a huge problem. We are not going to go there. That's a constraint that we have in the development process, an example. So I think that is a really critical point when you think about Agile, is how it takes all those abstraction layers away and puts the mission owner / product owner in the driver's seat for what you're building. And then if you have it backed by the right platforms and teams, you can actually deliver incremental change in 2-week iterations.
Okay, if I go.
Sure. And then I was going to offer a chance for Elena to weigh in. I saw her nodding to some
Go
of the
right ahead,
some of those
Elena.
points.
I'll jump in after.
Well, one of you has to go.
All right, I'll jump in. So a couple of things. We've been talking about speed with Agile. Agile is great for speed, all those things. One of the things that I think, Ramesh, you brought up was the integrations, and we haven't touched on that as much, because that presents one of our biggest problems as well, because we were talking about the integrations with legacy, older systems that are around, because especially on the R&D space, you're not going to just drop a system in, and you were talking about the enterprise part of it. You're not just going to drop a system in. Your CIO is not going to let you just shut off everything else and just work on that system. The ability to have that integration, the ability to have that flexibility of deployment and vendor support. I mean, those are things that we are kind of worried about when it comes to Agile. The other piece, and they've talked about this, in the previous sessions, is the data. As we talk about Agile and bringing things in, especially on the enterprise level, you have to bring in that data piece, because the ability to move the old data to a new space, or bring in new data to an old space, those are issues that I see that we have constantly, especially when you're talking about in terms of a bigger system. So I just want to kind of bring those issues to bear here.
Thank you. So, Elena, I saw you nodding to some of those points. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're all great points. I think Agile is appropriate in many cases, maybe not every single case, right? Depending on how big the project is, or the product is going to be, it could almost be a little bit of overkill. But if it's big, if it's enterprise, I think it's useful. I think for us, what we see is it really helps support bringing in a variety of folks that we need for a product. So you can bring in IT engineers, network engineers, software engineers, cyber engineers, user experience folks, and bring them all into the whole process, so that you do get a little bit better product in the end. And I completely agree. We go through the sort of, if you build it, they will come. We'll do this, and then say, look how great it worked. To our sponsors, often we get the autonomy to do that. I know that not everyone's in a position to be able to do that. You have to sort of sell it before you can do it, but we've been lucky and had great success and been able to use Agile approaches with many of our government agencies for the work that we've done. All great points.
Thank you. So I know this will be a shock to you all, but I am not a technologist. Like I said, semi-recovering journalist. But a lot of this strikes me as breaking down into, if no other way, operational, strategic, and tactical. So maybe we'll break it into those parts, and we can go through some of you can answer from each of those levels, and we can talk a little bit about development approaches and how we can adapt to better support this necessary collaboration, the innovation, and the long-term sustainability, and bringing this all into the government successfully. I know we talked about building your tech stack and agile integration and the different types of systems, legacy systems. So I'll start with, we've got, I think we're roughly like half and half strategic and tactical. So is there a volunteer to go first for strategic? Okay, go ahead.
Hello. So at the Office of the Chief Architect, we work straight for the CIO. And for us, every program and project, whatever comes in, we have to do an architecture review. And we really look at it from an enterprise perspective. Do we already have the stack available so that way people can reuse an existing stack? Is this business need can fit in within an existing enterprise processing environment? So our goal there initially was to ensure that if we're bringing something in, or is it maybe something that could directly go into a development as an application with an existing environment itself? So Architect Before Investment was a major push for us to ensure that we are looking at the business case, identifying technologies and existing setup. Can we go first with a FedRAMP approved cloud solution versus building it from scratch? So a lot of those things were one of the first things that we looked into it, and we really wanted to help folks architect it, whether it is a connection to another existing system, whether it is something that they can leverage with what is available. But that was where we focused a lot on when we started out with this whole process in it. We did create what we call as an enterprise IT journey. So that way people know these are the top level stages. And so that way it allowed system owners down at the project to know where they fit in versus the acquisition where they fit in, the ATO folks where they fit in. So it gave a little bit of a higher view that could help them out with.
I'm going to go on with that for a second. You mentioned something that was very important to us, and that's that roadmap, the journey. You call it a journey, we call it a roadmap, but I think it's the same thing. Having an alignment between a desired strategic outcome and all of those user stories that contribute to it. You have to have a continuum that shows that every one of those user stories contributes to the strategic outcome that you want. So I'm not sure I see a clear division between strategy and tactics, because if you have the proper alignment, all of that tactical level development approach really points toward a strategic goal, and that's one of the things we require during our quarterly reviews. Every team has to show that the stories that they're working on contribute to epics and features that contribute to CIO level and really agency level strategic outcomes. And that's really why we're in the business, is for those strategic outcomes.
I would think that if they're not in alignment, that would be super
You're spending the wrong money. Yeah, that is catastrophic, right? Because you're spending resources for something you don't care about at that point, and that's really bad.
Teresa, I'm going to let you answer, and then I'm going to go over to Team Tactical on the end of the table over here.
So I'm going to tackle the strategic piece of it, and that is understanding what each CIO's, because I will tell you, with every company, with every agency that you have, their mission and goals are different. So it's important that we understand, walking into the room, where they are lying their strategics, right? Where is their mission? Where is their goal? What are they trying to accomplish, right? So then from there you build on, how can I help them? How can I speed it up? How can I, work with them and work with industry, and which most of you, if you've known or have a relationship with SOUP, we work with industry very closely. And that is bringing in that key piece to the other governments. That is very strategic, and that is something that SOUP has always done.
Team Tactical, your turn, and I wouldn't be calling on Team Tactical without telling you that we have 13 minutes and 9 seconds and counting.
Yep. So one of the things that I heard earlier that I received some coaching and some help on was getting that user feedback piece and getting that continuous engagement. One of my favorite questions to ask is, tell me what about this sucks, right? Like, I'm gonna go find the person that's actually doing the buttonology and sit down with them and be like, tell me why my baby is ugly. And just, you've got to have a thick skin when you do that type of stuff and help shift your team's paradigm to how are we gonna solve this problem, and how we get there matters a little bit less, and like, let's solve the problem. But from a tactical implementation of Agile, whenever I take on new projects, I really have to ask myself, does this align with the vision? Does this align with the mission? And what capability gap are we able to solve with this, right? And then if I don't have stakeholder or user in that decision-making process, it goes on my kill list. And until people sign up and say, yes, I want this, and I'm helping, and I'm willing to help you get it across the finish line, I don't have the energy to push rope. That's a really hard thing to do. If they build it, they will come. Works like 1 out of 25 times, and those are big transformational changes in the government. But the daily stuff that we have to do to get better is, do I have someone advocating for this? Is this helping them solve a problem? Is it making them more efficient? So that's kind of the mentality that when I take on something from a tactical level, how I can help get it to go faster.
I'm going to go Spence style here and do both. Yeah, see, you've got a following, Spence. I think because this strategic approach to creating a platform as a service that provides mission owners all the underlying capability, the operating system and below, and they could just bring their workload, they can get a CI/CD pipeline, and they can start doing dev in the with the risk tolerances baked in, with the right guardrails that produces an authorized container at the end of it, kind of with the platform team's understanding of, we help mission owners put capability into production. So having that as a strategy and then building capability around that really gives you that operational cadence that's super critical, which is the mission owners now are no longer, this is what I see as I talk to mission owners and leadership and even industry across the DoD space, is that over and over and over again, a mission owner is told, go figure it out yourself, right? Compile this piece of platform, this ATO office, this cloud service office, this PEO digital, and hopefully you can figure it out. No, you can't. You're going to be multiple years trying to build it for yourself on your own. So I'd love to see more and more across the DoD where there's ubiquitous access for mission owners to have a platform like Stormbreaker where they can just come, bring their workload, they have a platform team supporting them, and they can get into production. So that gets real tactical as well. And I'll do just a little vignette on things that I've seen when we've brought developer teams into an environment like I described, and to see the learning acceleration happen to a developer who's never used a CI/CD pipeline, and all of a sudden they're learning what shifting cyber left really looks like and what continuous feedback loops really look like. No, you can't put secrets in your code, because when you run it through the pipeline, it's going to get rejected, and there's going to be a report, and you should use AWS Secrets Manager as an example. So seeing that learning happen in real time, and also knowing that's operationally making us stronger because we're doing it right from the beginning, and it produces those faster outcomes. And I would argue that speed, if you do it right on the right kind of platform with the right kind of teams in place, produces far better security outcomes than these delayed point-in-time paper-based authorizations.
All right, I'm going to be short on this. So I think I'm going to use a bad word here on the government side, especially on the R&D side, is pilot. And when you're looking at all the different levels of, strategic, tactical, and so on, getting that user feedback, piloting, and actually asking, what piece of that baby is ugly? Is it the nose? Is it the eyes? What, so you can really kind of zero in on fixing that ugliness, right? And so we try to really do that. I mean, we try to do told you, we break it down into smaller pieces and smaller projects and pilot them so that we can get that user feedback and really fix the problem and get that project to have a follow-on so that it can start to build incrementally into something that turns into a program. But it's very, if you don't set up those small, pilot type environments so a user can sit there and just beat it up and say, and have that time frame where they can exchange that feedback, that's really difficult. So for us, that's the piloting and the we call it engineering assessment, because pilot does bring a lot of drama to the government side.
What about prototype? That's
That's
different.
That's another drama word there too.
That's for the R&D folks.
Elena will know about that.
We don't say that word.
Exactly.
We don't use that word. But I will just
We
add
call
to
it an
this.
experiment, and
Yeah.
call it an experiment, and get comfortable with it being an experiment.
Yes, agreed. I'll just say that for us, a lot of this is culture shift, right? So it's a change in how our culture is, and I think you all have kind of hit on that a little bit too. And especially for us, it's not about build it once and send it over the fence and move on to the next thing. It's like you said, do these pilots, iterate, keep going, and then keeping the teams together to keep that going after the first initial P-word, pilot, prototype, experiment, whichever word you want to use. And that's a culture shift for us, even in the R&D space. So we do change the culture around using this, and it changes internally for us and also for the folks that we work with.
I had a question about the R&D space. So this morning on one of the panels, it was brought up that, not that having a legacy system is bad. It's not bad. And especially if they're still working, right? And the government is famous for having a lot of legacy systems. But one of the people on the panel this morning brought up, we need a Lego system. So instead of introducing new software, new apps, new platforms, how do these work with the legacy programs that we currently have? Because budget-wise, the government in no way has the funding to rip something out and put something brand new in. It's just not going to happen. So for industry, to me, that's your challenge, is to figure out how to use these legacy systems. And in some cases, they've been there the last 20 some years. And how do you use that? And then look at the data. Some of the data is not even correct, right? So, thinking along those lines, to me, that's almost a nightmare to do. But that is what we are forced with dealing with.
Yeah, and I think going along the lines was just mentioned, the way that we're at least looking at it, and what we have seen a little get some success in it, is when we are looking at it from a architecture perspective, and there is a new requirement with that it has to connect to an existing environment, and we need to come up with enterprise services. So when we look at that, that's when we try to act as the bridge between maybe there is an office that is providing this as a service. Can they add that capability so that this office can talk to them and say, can you provide it? So we, given at the chief architect office, that gives us that visibility that will allow us to tie these things together to help it out. And that is something that we're really pushing forward, and with the senior leadership, that's something that they are also looking at, because they want to leverage what is existing. Can we use what we already have? Is this capability already available? Maybe they just need a 5% addition that will solve someone else's problem, and they can, and then we try to sell, or at least try to get them to say, can you add this capability, because now you could help this other person in it. So that has been a very big, and it's not necessarily, I would say, from an agility, from a code development with yes, there's DevSecOps, and depending on which platform you're in, whether it's 7 years or whether it is 2 hours to get it out. But that's just a matter of it. But in the government, I think agility goes along with integration, agility is with respect to governance, agility in terms of capability and defining. There's just a lot of various ways, and it's not just software development, because it's a system that we look at and not specifically at the software levels.
Yeah, I was just gonna try to answer your question about that, and not really answer it, but I think one of the ways we look at it in terms of getting those legacy systems integrated with the new systems is backups, redundancy, and standbys, right? So we tend to, especially on mission critical systems, you don't want to shut it completely off and then, but have that new system running in the background where you can say, okay, maybe you can run it, on the off hours or something like that when that one system is supposed to be in maintenance or something like that. So if there are issues or anything like that, that can be done as part of that pilot program with the users in there. So that's one of the ways we kind of work with that.
Thank you. So we're coming right up on the end. Something that I thought of when you said if you sell it with just add a little 5% extra something else, it made me think about the movement afoot in the tech space with you've got a lot of like tech startups that are looking to sell into government, but their whole premise is being dual use and having commercial viability as well as being relevant to the government. And I used to work at DARPA once upon a time, like a year ago, and one of the premises there was we want something that, yes, we can buy it from industry, but then we add like a 10 or 20% more extra spicy security or like bomber or something onto it, and then that's what differentiates it. That's what delivers the kind of decisive advantage over whatever's being sold to the commercial side of things. And I just thought that was kind of an interesting angle or flavor to bring to this discussion. I don't know if any of you have any lightning round closing thoughts on that with a minute left to go, but I thought maybe I would plant that
Maybe
seed.
a 10-second. Our former CIO, Jamie Holcomb, always used to impress on us, never build what you can buy and avoid customization. Customization is bad. Customization is the thing that gets us into that complexity. So I'm going to make the claim that as much as you can, don't customize. Don't build things specific for yourself. If you need a case tracking system for an attorney, go talk to one of the vendors and buy one off the shelf and don't customize it. And you will succeed more likely that way than if you try to build one from zero.
Who else has a 10-second response?
Yep. So going agile is hard. It's a team sport. You have to be able to think both tactically and strategically. And while you're doing that, you have to address the infrastructure to get there, the training, and the culture shift. And keep in mind, large organizations have a capacity for 3 large culture changes in a year.
Light work. Elena, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I was just going to say there are parts of the government, though, that the commercial solutions aren't enough, or perhaps they're not secure enough, and those kinds of things. So that's where some of us come in and play and can work with private industry, and perhaps not just a customization. I get that makes it does harder, but sometimes fill a gap that might exist in that commercial. So there is some room in that space as well.
And I think for us, one of the first steps that we did to help us move in that direction was to making sure that every product or every system that we clearly identify what is the business capability, what is the business area, what is the technical capability. So till we put that in place, there was no way for us to identify, do we have something similar that could potentially offer as an alternative. So if not, we were just having number of applications, number of ones, and we were not able to really categorize them and classify them. And that was a first step towards achieving that incremental changes that somebody could provide to help us save it out.
Excellent. Okay, well, we did it only over by a minute with a 7-person panel. So let's give this excellent panel a hand.
Great.
Thank you all so much. You did such a great job. This was such a great panel, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Amber. That was seamless considering how many panelists. You all got a good words in. We're getting into our next talk, and I want to introduce Rick Friend, who's manager of cybersecurity solutions and architect at Merlin Cyber. Before he goes, Merlin was we were just talking about it off stage, but they were a big contributor and continue to be a big contributor to our Zero Trust Lab. They put together some really cool solutions. And like you hear about integration, it's hard to have one thing, one platform. It's a lot of different types of technology that have to come together, and I think you guys really learned that firsthand how hard it is. So kudos to that, and I'm really looking forward to your talk. Thank you, Rick.
Absolutely, thank you. Let's see if we can get this thing working. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. ATARC always puts on a great event. I got 15 minutes. I'm going after lunch, so hopefully I can keep this dynamic, engaging, and keep everybody awake. That's as big as it gets? Okay. Oh, it's bigger over there. All right, thank you. All right, so first off, who am I? My name is Rick Friend. I did raise my hand and say that I will solemnly swear to protect our nation against all adversaries, foreign and domestic. So I am an Army vet. I've done multiple combat tours to Iraq and Afghanistan. I do hold a top secret clearance, and I love this country. I love the job that I do and the mission that we have at Merlin Cyber and leading a team of highly talented cybersecurity practitioners. Professional certifications, I am CISP certified. I've been doing cybersecurity for Uncle Sam for 20 years. Since then, I've been working at the Fort for a little bit and multiple VARs and OEMs since then. My areas of passion right now are zero trust architectures, securing AI infrastructure, and ransomware prevention and mitigation strategies. With that, I have a wife, I have 5 kids, I have a cat, I have a dog, and that dog just had 6 puppies. So I'm pretty exhausted. I stay very, very, very busy. I'm sorry this isn't a puppy slide. It's an agenda slide. I absolutely hate these things, but we'll just go right into it. We're going to talk a little bit about AI-driven modernization, security challenges in the post-quantum world, infrastructure modernization solutions, and then I'll give you an overview of what we're doing at Merlin Cyber and what my labs team is doing. So let's start. We all know that AI is driving modernization, and I know it's a buzzword, but it's really more than a buzzword. It's the most transformative technology, I think, in my lifetime. I don't know, maybe the browser was in the same category, if anyone is old enough to have seen the browser take off or the search engine. But no, it's a very big deal. And when we talk about it with the government, it's transforming government operations. Agencies are seeing AI solutions increase operational efficiencies. We're looking at automating compliance and security. We're looking at how AI and SOC operations are taking thousands of hours of man time and reducing it down to almost nothing. Threat detection capabilities have increased, and we see agencies that are leveraging AI for resource needs, security threats, and service demands. So it's a big deal. But when we talk about application modernization, we've made huge steps towards going up to the clouds there, or nirvana, or maybe our demise, depending on what side of the coin that you're on here. But anybody else like that band, Nirvana? I love that band. Anyways, so we're trying to stay in front of cybersecurity threats and be out in the front and see, what's out there in the wild. And so this year, our team went to DEF CON 33. Did anybody attend DEF CON 33 this year? Anybody at all? Okay, we got one. All right. Well, at DEF CON 33, they did announce the winners. DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, held an AI cyber challenge. And what they did was they took industry experts from MIT, from all over the place, and they said, hey, look, we want you to build these cyber reasoning systems. And these systems are going to be put to the test in a contest, and then we're going to judge you, and we're going to give you a lot of money. DARPA spent over $14 million on this project, and their goal was to find a winner, somebody that could scan code in our critical infrastructure systems and that can look for the vulnerabilities, 2, prove that these vulnerabilities are actually vulnerabilities, build patches for them, apply those patches, and which team can do this as fast as possible, but most importantly with the most accuracy. And so they put this challenge on, and they just announced the winners of the AIXCC challenge. And what they did was they took real code from our water systems, our energy systems, our transportation systems, communication, and from our healthcare. And they took these lines of code and said, okay, cyber reasoning system teams, we want you to scan these codes and meet these requirements. And so the result of that was 54 million lines of code analyzed. In this code, they injected 54 synthetic vulnerabilities, of which 45 were found, but this is where it gets really, really good. They also found 18 0 days within these lines of code. All these vulnerabilities were responsibly disclosed, but more importantly, 11 of the 18 were patched. We didn't know they existed. Amazing stuff. So we're looking at specialized models that are able to scan code very, very quickly, provide vulnerability updates, but we know that there's some friction between developers and the security teams, right? And so AI is kind of bridging that gap where teams are looking at ways to integrate into the CI/CD pipeline so that way we can reduce the amount of friction. Some of the folks were talking about that a little bit earlier today. We're also looking at precision improvements. So reducing false positives. If anybody in here is a dev, I'm sure they always love it when the security team comes in and says, hey, look, you got to look at this like right now. And you look at it and you're like, this is a false positive. I shouldn't even be looking at that, right? So AI is here, and it's here to help us with this. And we're moving quickly in that realm. But with every pro, there's a con. Because we're moving so quickly towards AI and relying on it, we also have to look at how we're going to secure these AI systems. And so what we've been doing is looking at prompt injection and data exfiltration and how an adversary or somebody might be able to extract sensitive data out of that model, which is the heart of the AI system in general. But we're relying on AI systems to do more and more. And so as we rely on these AI systems to do more and more complex and critical tasks, we need to understand why the AI system is making the decisions that it's making. And so we need to have visibility into chain of thought. Why is the model doing what it's supposed to be doing? And if it deviates or tries to do something on its own accord, we need early detection to understand that so that way we can stop it. Government agencies are creating models that are proprietary to their mission and what they're trying to do, but our adversaries are looking how to steal those models so they can analyze them and apply evasion techniques so that way they can bypass or extract data that they shouldn't be. And then finally, CIA principles. We're looking at confidentiality. How do we make sure that sensitive information is not leaking out of these data sets that these models are trained on? And importantly, at the very beginning of the cyber kill chain is the integrity of the model itself. If I'm able to upload a poisoned model up to a repository and somebody in the organization decides that they want to download, run on-prem in this AI system, this model, we could have some serious problems depending on the sensitivity of the data that they're training this model with. So we're looking at how we can protect these attacks. Post-quantum is coming up on us very, very, very quickly, and this is a huge passion project of ours as well. We have great partners in this space. This threat is coming. It's coming sooner than we think that it is. And so what we do is we try to provide strategic planning and get you from A to Z and really kind of demystify how your organization can start to attack this cryptographic problem. We do it first by doing a cryptographic inventory, getting a CBOM, looking at all the applications across your infrastructure and your systems, building a list of all this cryptographic algorithms, and then prioritizing which ones need to be updated first. Of course, there's crypto agility. We need to be able to rapidly transition to new cryptographic algorithms as they're being produced and put forward. There's quantum key distribution, but most importantly is the strategic planning, and that's how we can help you guys get to where you need to go there. It's always good to have a friend. As you can see, Merlin Cyber is flying through the ranks here. We're trying to be as innovative and upfront with the technologies and the areas that mean the most to our government agencies. But like Teresa said earlier, she was talking about infrastructure. She was talking about legacy systems. And how do we modernize these and move forward when we have certain problems that are in place? And one of those problems is rising virtualization costs. We all know that there's vendors in here that have changed their licensing model. They moved from perpetual over to a subscription-based model, and its prices have doubled, tripled in some cases even. And what this does is causes vendor lock-in. We know that compliance demands are not decreasing, they're going up. We have zero trust mandates, federal mandates, executive orders, and it's putting pressure to secure these legacy systems and software. And of course, the budget problem. Everybody has talked about it today. Budgets aren't going up, right? They're going down. And how do we do and move forward with the initiatives for modernization that we're looking to do when we don't have the money to do it? And so what we've done is we've teamed up with Rimini Street. They have a booth right over there. Hopefully you'll come see us right afterwards. But we know that mandatory upgrades, escalating support costs, and vendor lock-in are creating friction with our government agency friends. And shrinking budgets, the struggle to find innovative creativity or capabilities for zero trust cybersecurity mandates, and then the compliance piece of it, patching, maintaining, and securing against modern threats is leaving a compliance gap. And so what we've done is we've created something called self-funded modernization, where we're breaking vendor lock-in and we're enhancing security and compliance at the same time. And how do we do that? So first we come in, we do an assessment. We look at what your VMware renewal features, licensing models, subscription costs, and we make a roadmap for you. We transition you over to Rimini Street, where you can see the immediate cost savings that you can free up to do the modernization projects that you're looking to do. And then we start doing mitigation planning, the migration. We look at how we can take these legacy workloads, we can move them to a Veeam infrastructure, where we can then transfer them to a more cost-effective virtualization platform that can be maintained as far as licensing goes, and then that way you guys can keep your perpetual license in that place as well. Next, let's talk about Merlin Labs and what is driving modernization. So at Merlin Labs, our goal is to accelerate the adoption of transformative technologies while ensuring that they meet unique security and compliance requirements with federal agencies. Some of the stuff that we're doing is advanced security research. So in our cyber range, we have a full lab full of tools, and one of the initiatives that we've presented to CISA was our ransomware protection strategy, which we actually took an EDR. We bypassed the EDR, undetected. Nobody knew a thing. We ransomwared the device. So now the device is rendered useless. And then we flipped the coin and we said, okay, well, how do we put a security control in place that can prevent this? And so what we believe at Merlin Cyber is that we have an answer for ransomware. We have an answer for protecting EDR and protecting your endpoints, which is really the first point of entry for adversaries. Industry collaboration, my team is working closely with ATARC. We worked on ATARC Phase 2, building out demonstrations. We got ATARC Phase 3 coming up. There's 2 tracks, mobility and AI. We have got some fantastic mobility demonstrations to show you guys. We have something that the guys have put together that's really great. But then we're also looking at the AI piece too, right? How can we put together a solid demonstration and solve these AI problems for our customers in an innovative way? And so we're considering also doing the AI as well. Strategic planning, we meet with customers. We do 1, 3, 5-year planning. We look at your infrastructure, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish, what are your requirements, what do you currently have in place, and we try to help with that planning. Immediate benefits from working with Merlin Cyber. So today, we're doing zero-cost tech days. You come up to me and say, hey, Rick, look, I want to know more about AI. We're looking to implement this. We're trying to get more efficient. How do we secure it? What's a good strategy? We come in, we bring experts. We do 4 hours of training, 2 before lunch, 2 after lunch. We all hang out, and everybody gets up to speed on whatever it is that you're looking to do. But we can do AI, we can do zero trust, we can do post-quantum. Whatever it is that you need, we have a resource for you. We also have hands-on labs training. So in our cyber range, we have a learning system that we've put together with different hands-on labs, so that way you can get in there and touch it if you want to. and work through a structured learning process so that way you can get up to speed on different technologies. We do POCs for organizations that can't put POCs in their own environment. We can host them in our labs. We do technology vetting, looking at the features and functionalities, making sure that the product does what the OEM says it's going to do, right? Tool integration, getting ROI from multiple security tools working together. We do federal readiness assessments, coming in and looking at zero trust initiatives and where the gaps might be within your organization. And we can rapidly prototype your environment within ours. So the next steps. Please come by, grab my business card. I'd love to make a new friend. We're sitting right over there at the Rimini Street booth right over there. We can schedule a follow-up call, maybe 30 minutes. Connect with me on LinkedIn. It's Rick Joseph Friend at LinkedIn. And please come visit our booth. But thank you. I'm Rick Friend. Come talk to me. And finally, I snuck it in there. I got it. There's the puppy pic. Those are the 6 puppies that they gave me. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Come see me over at the Rimini Street booth.
Great job. Just a real quick follow-up with you. I love the idea of labs, and we have a lab, you have a lab. There can't be enough labs where you actually test that technology. For the government customers, what's their ROI on that? Because a lot of times they buy all the pieces, they try to put Humpty Dumpty together in their environment. What kind of ROI have you given your customers on that concept?
Yeah, so no, we're super flexible with what we can do in the lab, and it's really customer by customer basis. But we can bring a customer into our environment, build it out for them, and then they can go in there and they can test it in an environment that's as close as we can possibly get to theirs.
Fantastic. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we have a action-packed panel coming up with Heather Kudell-Ware. She is, I guess you're kind of an ATARC consultant, but you're another free agent. She's experienced doing this. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Michaela. Take it away.
Let me try that again. Hello, everyone. How's it going today? So I'm okay, awesome. I'm very excited to moderate this panel about building resilient applications and cloud-first strategies, and I've had the pleasure of chatting with these folks over lunch. They gave me some tips on how to win a fist fight, so I'm not quite sure where this discussion is going to go, but let's see. So, starting on the end, I have Daniel Behrens. We'll be calling him Dan from here on out. Data scientist and at the Bureau of the Comptroller and Global Financial Services at the U.S. State Department. I also have Dr. Michaela Iorga, Senior Security Technical Lead for Cloud Computing and Director of the OSCAL Program, Computer Security Division, National Institute of Standards and Technology. I also have Commander Jonathan White, Cloud Data and AI Branch Chief for the U.S. Coast Guard. And also, Jay, I'm going to do my best. JL Alessandro. All right, awesome. Deputy Assistant Commissioner at Software Application Services at the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So thank you all for joining us today. And first, I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves and boast a little bit about your cloud clout. I'm going to start with you, Jay.
No pressure, right?
No
I had to
pressure.
follow the cute puppy pictures. Right after lunch too. No, I'm JL Alessandro. As Heather mentioned, I'm the Deputy Assistant Commissioner, the Deputy CIO for Customs and Border Protection, and I oversee all the software application teams within CBP. I've been with CBP for almost 21 years now. Started as a contractor, converted over when the calling came in 2011, and just moved up the ranks, and someone decided that I am fit to do this job. So my portfolio includes 4 major areas, which includes all the systems that processes cargo, import and export, all of our passenger systems, our border enforcement systems, and as well as the management functions, and most importantly, all of our enforcement actions and the targeting systems. Those are the 4 application teams that I oversee, and together we have about 250 plus agile teams delivering code real time, almost every day, that supports the men and women that protect our nation and CBP.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I'm sure a few people gasped when there are 250 agile teams delivering. That's pretty impressive. Commander White.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So I'm Commander White. I'm the Cloud and Data Branch Chief for the Coast Guard.
We started this journey 3 years ago. I created the team, created the business process, created everything from scratch in order to get ourselves into a modern posture to deploy capability. The Coast Guard's in an awesome place right now. We just got a ton of reconciliation money. We are doing a Force Design 28 initiative, which dropped the executive action list recently. So if you follow me on LinkedIn, you've seen that posted. Follow me on LinkedIn. And
Follow
so
everyone on LinkedIn
yes.
on this panel, please.
And what we're doing is we're going to dramatically change how the Coast Guard is delivering business capability and mission capability over the next 2 years.
Thank you. Dr. Yorga.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, name, I will repeat it because it may be a little bit difficult for the ones of you that do not know me. Michaela Yorga. I do not mind if you call me any other way, but one of the easiest way that the community knows me by is OSCAL Mom. How many of you here heard of OSCAL? Yay. So for the ones on the back there that didn't raise hand, I think that you're too far. So that's the reason why you did not raise your hand and you are still familiar with it. So coming back to NIST and what I've been doing at NIST for the past 25 years. So I wear multiple hats at NIST, but for the purpose of today's gathering, I do serve as the Senior Security Technical Lead for Cloud Computing, so I tapped into Cloud Forensic as well, and assessment, Continuous Authorization to Operate for Cloud Environments, and this is where Open Security Controls Assessment Language, or OSCAL, came to and surfaced from NIST as cybersecurity Esperanto, if you want to. A language that allows you to digitalize all the information that you will generate or use to put in place a risk management process aligned with the risk management framework at NIST. I'm also feeling very special today, and if you do not remember tomorrow who was in this panel, if you have an agenda, see there is a highlighted panel here. So I think that we are very special today since on the agenda we have a highlighted spot. So thank you very much to all of you for being here today, and I'm looking forward to this dialogue with you and with the panelists.
Dan, you want to jump in?
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Behrens, and I'm the Chief Data Scientist at the Department of State, Bureau of the Comptroller and Global Financial Services. I think that they should try to pack in a few more words into our bureau. I think there's room. Currently working on a small data lake development and financial reporting for the State Department. I've worked at the Department of Veterans Affairs, done cybersecurity reporting, and a few other things, but today it's in the State Department, it's about cloud services.
All right, so our panelists up here have clouds in various stages of maturity. They're in different places on their cloud journey, but they all had to start somewhere, right? So I'm gonna toss the question out, and I hope we can just get the conversation rolling. What key factors should agencies consider when developing a cloud-first strategy? I'm going to pick on Jay first because he made eye contact.
All right. 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I know.
No, our cloud journey in earnest started around 4 or 5 years ago, right? And it was what we wanted to do when we first started our journey was, like, how do we go about doing this? We have over 253 ports of entries that supports our Office of Field Operations personnel, and over 150 plus Border Patrol stations. So our operating environment is extremely diverse, right? So first order of business that we had to do was to get our customers buy-in, our trusted partners buy-in. And it's a mindset shift, right? They don't care where the application resides as long as it's available 24/7 and it's secure and it supports our officers and agents, right? How do we change that? How do we explain that to them? Like, what is the need for us to move to the cloud? Giving them the reasons for why what cloud offers, the resilience, the cost effectiveness, the availability, the 124/7 availability. And that was the first thing that we took. Right? And the next thing that we did on our side, on the IT side of things, was to establish a good governance environment, right? We started a Cloud Center of Innovation and centered around our CTO organization, We brought in SMEs and architects from all of our program directorates, the ones that were responsible for deploying software, created a council of architects, and had a discussion around how do you establish this cloud environment? What kind of governance can be established around it? What kind of policies and rules that we can establish to make sure that it doesn't turn into one of those wild, wild west where people are just throwing in applications for the sake of moving them to the cloud, lift and shifts, with not necessarily fixing some of the underlying issues we have in on-premise environment. So some of those governance had to be put in place, and that's what helped us in getting that journey started.
May I ask Jay a question?
Yes.
Since
Sorry, we're picking on you today, Jay.
You don't need to. You have a lot of experience, and I was wondering if you had to deal with situation. You mentioned that your teams did not care where the applications are, but jurisdiction can be important when you have an incident. So, was there a particular way of addressing this concern?
So it's a great question, right? I'll give you a more real-world answer to this question. So I was talking to another gentleman out there, and it's about what happens operationally, right? When you look at CBP, you look at national security, border patrol agents, Office of Field Operations personnel. You also have trade, right? And how many times have you been woken up by a sushi broker or a fish broker at 2 a.m. in the morning who found your personal number and called you 26 times until you answered it? Like, that's an operational real-time environment for you, where a container full of fish, first a grade A sushi that needs to go to all the Michelin star restaurants across the country. Those sushi brokers will hunt you down until they find it because it costs them over $20 to $30 million worth of fish, right? That needs to go to all these fancy restaurants across the country. So those are real-time operational environments, right? Us being able to talk to our trusted partners and explain to them about some of the resilience that the cloud provides, how we can make our applications more resilient, cost-effective, and provide them that 24/7 availability is one of those ways of us being able to get that buy-in from our trusted partners.
Thank you, yeah.
Dan, did you want to hop in? Commander, did you want to hop in?
Yeah, so similar to sushi, so we came in, we got
told you
we
this
got
was
to
going
tie
to
it
be
into-
unexpected.
we got to tie it into sushi somehow. We built basically one of my principles here was platform service engineering, right? Deliver a really strong, compelling argument to go to the cloud, and don't just deliver cloud. And so similar to sushi, you build that in layers, right? So you have your landing zone layer, you'll have your core enterprise services layer, you'll have your platform layer, then you have a bit of a middleware mixing layer, right? And then your app teams can come on in and get their job done. You don't get 250 app teams working together without doing this correctly. So that was a big strategy move for me initially, was to focus on platform services, sell it that way, and then add those services in over time as we get funding and people to focus on those things. So we have 4 core platform services right now: our data fabric, our software factory, our low-code platforms, and we are building out our AI services platform. And so those will form the core offerings to our app teams and to our data teams to get their job done. But that was what we focused on as a first primary concern. And this was based on lessons learned from other DoD customers DoD mission owners and cloud owners that went first and basically re-architected on that strategy. And so we said, well, we'll do that first.
Now, Dan, when we talked in the prep call, you said when you were going through developing cloud-first strategies, you developed a wish list of things you wish you had already happened for you. Could you kind of dive into that for the audience and see if we have other people who can relate?
Sure. Jay had touched on one of the important factors is governance. It seems everywhere I've gone, governance is a thing that's talked about. It's very important up front, and then the moment things get chaotic, that's the first thing to go, we can fill that blank in later. And it becomes problematic. And I think having good, strong governance up front, there's a fine line between having the governance that you need and then overburdening yourself with governance that isn't applicable in any way and won't be for quite some time. You can paint yourself into a corner. Along with good governance is planning for the future. A lot of the time you see people planning systems that solve today's problems, but you're not solving the problem that you're going to have 2 years from now. You're not flexible enough. You get trapped into a specific suite of tools or a specific process that a little ways down the road, it's not going to be able to adapt to the change in your operating environment. Those are things that, as we're working on our cloud now, we're trying to be very cognizant of to make sure that we're flexible and trying to be forward thinking so that this solution doesn't work for just a year or two, but for a good number of years to come.
All right, Oscar, Mom, what did they miss?
Well, the full disclaimer, starting with, I come from this from the research side, not from the operational side. So my panelist fellows here are on one side of the river, I'm on the other side of the river, where we think up front how those things can be accomplished and publish guidance with collaboration from the public and private sector through working groups. So the guidance that we thought of and designed was starting from the top down, aligned with the risk management framework, of course, is look first at your mission. Look at your mission in your portfolio and identified how can you fragment your portfolio and the systems that are supporting your portfolio. Look them at each system and see which one can be decomposed and decompose your systems into components in as fine as needed. The finer the greater, because that will help you in the long run to be able to manage the components, to put automation in place, and will allow you to reuse those components for your system. So once you are doing that, look at which ones of those are ready to migrate to the cloud. What services cloud providers can offer that are meeting your requirements? What will be the controls that you are inheriting? And how are you going to do that? Group them based on the categorization of your data. But have in mind that you need to have security by design. So look at the capabilities for each component and how you can secure this component. And I can go in depth of how OSCAL can help you, but I'll leave it for later on when we advance a little bit more technical. And have in mind that you need to digitalize your information to be able to keep it up to date, to do a continuous assessment and a continuous monitoring, and know at every moment in time what is the security posture of your systems. Being able to interact with your providers in ways, in languages, formats, digital formats that are standardized is key to you not being locked with a particular vendor. You might have fantastic solutions out there, but you get locked and there's no competition then. It will be very hard to get your data and move it to another platform. Now, build your systems with resilience in mind. So, to me, resilience at the technical level implies that your system has to have enough protect functionality, enough detect functionality, and enough response functionality. You do have the recover, and you do have the governance, and you do have the identify. You do need to have very accurate information about your inventory. But those three functions, to me, are part of building a resilient system. I'm looking at the system and the way the information can be represented and digitalized, OSCAL or not. Hopefully you'll find that OSCAL is the best for your problem. And I have here Jonathan that agrees with me because he has some experience.
And I'm right next to her too.
Yeah.
Peer pressure.
So I think the key factor, the component factor of OSCAL is where the cloud first strategy comes in, right? So cloud is built on modular components. Whether that's taking things from the shared service, cloud service provider, or you're building things like platform services, being able to put a ring around it and saying, I've accredited this thing, and you can use it, repurpose it in different ways across of your accreditation portfolio, instead of having to reaccredit the vertical stack or do horizontal inheritance, where you don't really know what you're inheriting, you're just saying you're inheriting it. And that's what OSCAL solved, and I'm really excited to be able to use that in our upcoming accreditations.
It allows you to shift left to security and shift right to response.
So I see a lot of head nodding. Did you want to
No,
co-sign something?
absolutely. I was waiting for Michaela to give the example she gave me when we were sitting there at lunch chatting about not
Do you
getting
wanna repeat
sick.
it, or do you want me to
I want you to. I don't want to
Okay.
steal your thunder.
Okay. So I was getting there. So to me, and my personal vision is that OSCAL or any other language that allows you to represent the information can be used to generate the DNA of your system. Once you document the information about your system, how the system should be configured, how the system is secure, then you have that DNA material of your system. That can be used to build, to augment your assessment and monitoring with AI, to build digital twins. But more than anything, where Jay was taking me, what I was telling him before is you can use those, the ecosystem, I call it, OSCAL ecosystem, to look at your system as you're looking at yourself in the mirror. If you are exposed to a virus, there are probably a lot of viruses here today because there are a lot of people. If we get sick, it means we are not resilient. If we don't get sick, it means that we were properly vaccinated or had a robust immune system. This is what I'm looking personally from the system, to be well vaccinated or have a strong immune system. And you can analyze and determine that if you have your hands on it, and at any time you can determine when there is a new signature for a new virus, a threat that could affect your system, and look at it as soon as possible in near real time.
You know, I could never do justice to the way you said it. That's
Oh,
why I
thank
had
you.
to throw it back at you.
I do
But you
feel
know,
the
you see
need
the
to,
general
like,
theme, right?
Maybe to use a little hand sanitizer
There
on
you
my
go.
hands. But I want to pull it back a little bit because we've gotten way into security controls. But how can, Commander White, I know you were interested in talking about this, how can agencies effectively optimize hybrid and multi-cloud environments?
Yeah, so our first foray into cloud was, let's do it all. Let's have 2 cloud environments and connect it to our on-prem environment. And that was an early decision. We walked into that. I don't think we knew what we were getting ourselves into. That's why I wanted to talk about it here. So when you do, let's unpack that a little bit. So when you do a hybrid cloud environment, what that means is you have bi-directional connectivity and data sharing, and even resource sharing between your cloud service providers and your on-premise data center networks.
And that's hybrid by its definition, right?
That's correct. That's by definition, yeah.
Right.
Do you have a definition?
No, it's
Good.
it's perfect
Dan, do you
definition.
agree with the definition?
Got it. I'm passing
Anyone
my
else? Okay,
CISP.
okay.
All right. So already did that. So we have that as a definition, but the real operational concern with that is that you're dragging a lot of your legacy or previous habits into the cloud environment. And so when you go into a hybrid cloud environment, you are basically committing to doing 2 things at the same time. You are managing a physical on-premise infrastructure and coordinating that very strictly with your cloud infrastructure. And that causes all sorts of problems. It causes routing problems, it causes DNS problems, it causes IP space problems, it causes problems everywhere.
Latency.
Latency, yes. Especially if you split your workloads between the 2
And data categorization.
and data categorization, yes. And so the new mantra is hybrid's great, that got us where we are today, but we want to atrophy the on-premise environment, right? You want to slowly absorb the on-premise environment into your cloud environment and ideally have a clean landing zone with which you're absorbing it into. So the multi-cloud environment is similar but different. So multi-cloud is when you have 2 service providers or 2 accreditation levels within the same service provider, so like an impact level 4 and an impact level 2, or a commercial and gov cloud or whatever. And you want to share workloads or share data or share whatever between those 2, right? So that's all about delivering common patterns and observability tools and everything else across those two, so your teams are not going to each cloud and having a different experience every time they go there. So that's what we've put in a lot of places. This is where things get complicated, so you're putting a lot of third-party tools in place because you can't rely on the cloud-native tools across each other.
So what I wanted to add is, because you brought multi-cloud to this discussion.
I did,
so
didn't I?
yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's part of the question.
It's
It's part of the question.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry. So it was not your fault.
It's my
So
fault.
multi-cloud concept is, it's a big debate today. What is multi-cloud? It's multi-cloud, multi-cloud, one word, multiple clouds. So it's very important to understand each other. So if you are building solutions that are moving data once on one cloud and then you bring it back and then on the other one, or maybe you do the synchronization between the clouds, it's still something that we know how to deal with. But if you have to adopt a solution that has behind that solution more than one cloud service provider, and I'm not talking of the stack ones, because there's inheritance and you can still traverse it and OSCA will allow you to do that. I'm thinking of the situation when you have a solution, let's say, that is provided to you, that you run something on Azure, and then that is working with the Oracle database and it goes to Oracle Cloud. That is a solution that is provided to you. The level of transparency and who is responsible for what and how are you going to authorize that kind of system is very complex and challenging. And currently, NIST, my team is hosting a multi-cloud security working group. So I'd like to invite any interested party here to come and work with us on looking at the challenges and what kind of mitigation can we find for this kind of complex architecture and ecosystems.
I would say the cost is going to be a big factor as well, right? So we operate in a multi-cloud environment as well, and I think both John and Michaela touched on it, having that intermediate ops, right? And as you move or traverse data from one cloud environment to another, the data goes bad, and that's going to be critical when we operate in a multi-cloud environment or even in a hybrid environment. I mean, I'll tell you, in CBP space, 90% of our application tier is in the cloud. Right? However, only 40% of our databases are in the cloud, which means we have over, I mean, the remaining 60% is almost 50 to 60 petabytes of data that's sitting on premise, right? How do we get that data migrated over to the cloud, not removing some of our restrictions on monolithic large database models to more open source database models as we migrate them to the cloud? Where the data resides should be transparent to our application space as well as our end users. That's going to be on how we architect that environment, whether it's hybrid, multi-cloud, it shouldn't matter. It comes from the governance and the architecture of how we set up those environments to make sure it's transparent and the data stays pure. I think that's going to be extremely critical.
I have a question for you, Jay.
She's gunning for my job,
Yes,
people.
yeah, and the second one, how do you authorize to operate such a solution when you have separate legal entities that are providing the solution to you? Are those boundaries additive? Are those authorizations additive? From your experience, because we are still
authorizations
do
for
not
each
know
of those
exactly what's
environments.
best.
One of the things that we focused on is making sure that it's under CBP's control. We use commercial cloud, but we offer additional security boundaries and controls that caters to CBP specific needs, right? Regardless of who the vendor is, one of the things, or the cloud provider, I should say, is one of the asks from ours is you need to be able to meet our minimum security boundaries before we can ATO you, right? To be able to allow you to operate in our environment. I think that's extremely critical, and that's a partnership that we've built with our cloud providers to be able to do so. I think that helped us, right? And that's something that we didn't do recently. That's something that we established when we first came up with the larger governance for how do we operate, right? How do we prevent vendor lock? Before you know it, you'll just get rid of all your on-premise costs, but your cloud costs have skyrocketed, right? And it's hard for us to be able to justify that to our trusted partners. When we first started the cloud journey, the bigger perception, I'm sure everybody in this room will agree with me, is that cloud is cheap. Right? That was the perception. And then sooner or later, people realize, oh, no, cloud's not cheap. it comes with it some other factors that makes it better than continuing to operate in an on-premise environment. And that comes from constant education of our trusted partners and even our IT teams, right, and leadership.
Dan, I know you've been quiet on the end. Did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation? Not to put a spot on you.
I wanted to ask Dan because.
Okay, you want to ask Dan something?
Yeah. So in the space that I am operating, and when you put in place automation and you want to have a more educated AI-based augmented assessment of the risk when you're performing assessments or continuous monitoring, sometimes it's very important to have a lot of data to use for training those models or solutions that you put in place to augment your process. So with your expertise in data lakes, is it difficult? What will be specifics that to creating a data lake that stores this kind of information about the system security postures, findings, and so on? It comes with a lot of critical aspects because if you document, for example, the security posture of the systems, where vulnerabilities were, how that system was at one point under attack, was resilient or not, survived, was vaccinated or not, then that data is critical for hackers to get their hands on. So is there any specifics that you think we should consider? Because you have a lot of expertise in data lakes.
In this particular context, I don't know that my experience is really authoritative. I know that the security posture that we take is we ensure that when it comes to the architecture, everything is set up with zero trust, and we do just-in-time authorization for virtually everything. And for those for more sensitive data, we have a different blob or setup that is more secure, moderate or high-level security for those things. And I know that the rest of our security posture that the development team handles, they get it directly from NIST. But I know that those are the components that protect the data, the more sensitive data in our lake.
That's good. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm going to bring it back to some of my questions, just to mix it up. So this is about, no, you're doing great. We are talking about application resilience here. So what are some strategies that have helped application resilience in your cloud-first architectures? I'm going to start with the commander. I didn't want to keep picking on Jay.
I know. He's probably got a ton of examples. So we had our first major cloud migration was our HR system, which is it's pretty trivial, right? It's a giant PeopleSoft application. So that was really painful. That came in from a co-location hosted center. So it was basically on-premise architecture. Did a lift and shift. We had a lot of conversation about high availability architecture, disaster recovery architecture, and that basically is like, oh, now's the chance. We're going in the cloud. We can make this super, super resilient, right? No. Right? That was my answer. No, you do not want that. When you add unnecessary complexity to the system, you make it less resilient. You will destroy your resiliency because you're going to spend your entire life maintaining the resiliency itself.
All right. So
okay?
Keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, silly.
Okay, silly. Sorry.
You can't say stupid in front of kids. So.
Yeah.
So keep it simple. Automate everything. That's another key aspect. If you are not, if you cannot redeploy your system in a click of a mouse, if you will, to trivialize it, you're not resilient. Period. And then the last piece that I had written down here on my notes was leveraging well-managed platforms. So if you can avoid owning and delivering infrastructure from the get-go, do that. That goes with keep it simple.
So rent, don't buy.
Rent, don't buy, or make
right.
it somebody else's problem.
Okay.
Right? And establish an SLA with that other person.
All right. That's very good tactical advice. Dan, I'm going to pick
But-
on you.
Yeah, but I would like to add, establish the SLA, look at the service level objectives, the RTOs, the recovery time objectives and the recovery point objectives, and document all those in OSCAL to keep using a share responsibility model to keep the cloud service providers honest.
I agree.
I like that. Keep your vendors honest.
Yeah, that's a great point. So let's define that real fast. So RTO, RPO, if you haven't heard that, right, that's the new terminology for disaster recovery, right? And there's a calculus to this. So if you're really into graphs, you can graph this out. But the idea is to minimize your costs while maximizing your recovery objectives. And look it up. There's a great article on AWS about this, on how to do this. But if you're not speaking RTO, RPO in your cloud deployments, you're not doing resiliency correctly.
And new acronyms for the old dictionary.
The only thing I would add is in terms of resilience, is making sure that everything is scalable. Without that, you're bound to run into problems.
Yeah.
Regardless of where you exist, continue to monitor, bake-in monitoring and reactive. No, don't be reactive, be proactive when it comes to your monitoring, and have the resilience baked in. I mean, that should become part of our culture, right? It shouldn't be reactive every time. And I think John said it best, right? Be cloud smart, and start right off the bat when you're establishing the environment. Make resilience as a key factor on why you're moving a set application to the cloud. Architect it the right way to make sure that it's accounted for.
So when we discuss resilience, in technical terms, at least from my perspective, what we advise to do is look at your system, look and identify every single data path within your system, and take every single data path and look at the capabilities, the security capabilities for each one of them, and ensure that you have protection, you have detection and response there.
Excellent. So I want to talk about money, or more specifically,
We don't have money.
I know. And yet everyone thinks no. But what role does cost efficiency play in driving your adoption systems? I am going to start with you because you did make eye contact again.
Absolutely. I think cost plays a huge factor into it, right? When we first started our journey, was having to explain to our trusted partners why they need to invest in cloud while also continue to pay for sustainment of existing applications. Now, the buy-in has been baked in, right? When most of our applications have proven to run with very little downtime, the SLAs that we talked about, that we established, and showing the resilience, and the proof is in the pudding, right? Especially in an operating environment like ours, which protects the lives of our law enforcement agents and officers, as well as national security, and the economic prosperity with the trade. It's extremely critical, and that buy-in has come in. Now, the money aspect of it, what the cloud provides is complete transparency. We are able to assess exactly what it's going to cost for an application or a system to exist and run in the cloud, and be able to plan for surges when needed, like around Christmas time when there's a huge influx of imports coming into our country. How do we scale our systems up to manage that surge coming in? Be able to scale down when it's off-peak hours. Showing that transparency to our trusted partners is a huge factor, right? And I mean, we are, like I said, 90% into the cloud, but we're getting funding now that's going to allow us to migrate the remaining 10% of our application, but it's some heavy hitters there with high-value assets, and with 50 petabytes or 50 or 60 petabytes of data that we need to migrate over in the next 2 years' time. It's easier said than done, and we need to get that right. And that's some of the challenges that comes along with money. And this is a constant communication that we have with our trusted partners. Like, just because we're getting money and we just don't want to lift and shift and move a bunch of stuff over to the cloud, and they don't operate right. Containerize them, do the right way, migrate to the cloud the right way, build cloud first, and some of the strategies that we establish is going to pay dividends in the future with cost efficiencies.
Commander.
So with simplicity comes lower cost as well. So it's like you get a twofer, right, with that. And I think the other thing is make your system disappear. And what that means is be ephemeral, right?
Okay.
Don't run your system when you don't need to. Guess what? Every second your system's running, the bill is ratcheting it up, right? So if you can architect your system to disappear when it's not being used, or to at least minimize itself, you will save money. So what we did right off the bat was we adopted FinOps. So FinOps is the strategy to help your teams figure out how to do this. It's a process, right? It's like ITIL, it's like ITSM, but for cloud finance. And the important thing I want to stress here is get your guys certified, right? So there's a FinOps certification process. Our team was certified right out the front. They're speaking the language, and as we're onboarding customers, we are educating them in this process. And FinOps is a continuous process. So when you architect your cloud environment, you've architected your cloud environment. Congratulations. You're going to come back next year, and we're going to re-architect your cloud environment, because every single time you look at it, you're going to find a way to make it more efficient.
Dan.
For us, we find that our lake environment is significantly cheaper than our on-prem solution, and some of that comes in. We look at the mission, we look at the requirements, and we add components piece by piece to address the needs that we have. And moreover, the biggest thing that we've done to reduce costs is advocating for just getting rid of data that you don't need. Holding on to it, well, because we might want it at some point in time, that costs money. Like, it also slows down the system. Every query has to search against records that you know you're not using. So we have had a very aggressive, if you can't justify why you need that in the next 6 months to look at it, then we dump it into cold storage, and we can knock the dust off of it if it's absolutely critical down the road, but we're not going to hold on to it just because you think you might come across a need months from now.
I love that data hoarding has costs. So we are running out of time. So I'm going to challenge everyone on the audience to keep us with your shortest, most simple takeaway from this. And Oscar, Mom, you get the last word. But Dan, I'm going to start with you, and we're going to go down the line. What's the one takeaway you want this audience to have?
Come in with a real clear understanding of what problems you're trying to solve. Because if you're not identifying the problem and your approach is, well, cloud is a solution, without a defined problem, you're shopping for a problem. And that's not going to result in an outcome that you want.
Commander.
I wrote this down today, and I actually like it. I'm going to put this as my tagline. Efficiency is everything in the cloud. And so when you're thinking about how you want to structure your deployments and do your work, think efficiency first.
Be cloud smart, not just cloud first. Automate, automate, automate.
That's good. These are pretty good catchphrases.
Automate, automate, automate with Oscar.
All right. I don't think we could have said it any better. Let's give these guys a round of applause. They were pretty great. Thank you, guys. You can come on up.
Thank you, Heather. That was fantastic. It was good to see some old friends. Great one, especially Michaela. Haven't seen you in a little bit. So, good stuff. We're on the last panel of the day. We've got a good one for you. We have John Curran, who's I think he's the editor. I can't read. I don't have my glasses on. But he's the editor of Maritalk. You broke the time clock. Okay. Okay, I think we'll just let it ride. We're all the way to the end. But
what is time anyway?
Time's a perception or something. John's going to take us here. It's going to be a little bit more of a fireside chat, but we're going to definitely leave some time at the end for questions, and then we'll call it a day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Kern with Meritalk. As Tom pointed out, I get the pleasure of running our news service at meritalk.com, which I hope brings you some interesting news every day. We certainly try to do that, so please check us out. Big thanks to ATARC for inviting me back to moderate another panel. These events are where I really meet the people I need to know, people in government, private sector. So I very much appreciate them. Today we're going to talk about application modernization, sort of not as a big thing, but as a discrete issue, how to make sure that zero trust security and government mandates for that get its proper due as modernization is happening. And as far as I've been able to tell, and probably as you have all been able to tell, zero trust mandates, which became really big in 2021, have not substantially changed. There's been some couple of new cybersecurity orders out of the White House, but they don't really touch that aspect of things. And so still an incredibly big deal. So I'm really happy to introduce to you all our three panelists that we have available to us today. And just to sort of look at them and listen to them as they are the technologists and they are the security practitioners that are actually grappling with these problems all day long. And so the benefit of their experience will become yours. So first to introduce, from remote land, Dr. Lisa Briggs, who I think you can see up on the monitor here. Lisa is senior social scientist, Insider Threat Program at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Then we have next to me, Lou Eichenbaum, who is Chief Information Security Officer, Office of the CIO at the Department of the Interior. And then last but absolutely not least, on the other side of Lou, is Sibylla Robertson, Public Sector Solutions Engineer at Cribble. And so we're going to run through, I think, some really good questions about challenges and opportunities about dealing with zero trust in the context of applications management. And we're going to make a little bit of time at the end for some Q&A that Tom will help us to round up, which I think is a really, really important opportunity to ask everyone questions that you may have on your mind. So the first question is going to go out to everyone on the panel. Lisa, perhaps we'll start with you on this one. And the question is, how are agencies aligning zero trust principles with their broader application modernization strategies?
I probably have to preface my comments, and I hope you can hear me. Raise your hand if you can so I can get a sign. Can you hear me? Good.
Yep.
I have to preface my comments with the caveat that my role as a social scientist really deals with the socio-technical aspects of applications rather than the technical, which is an odd and kind of minority perspective. So if you ask me how are agents aligning zero trust principles with their broader application modernization strategies, the things that I am looking for are how are they pushing those out to the community of people who will be impacted and affected by these strategies, rather than what are they actually doing to make them happen. In that regard, there are lots of things that could be done. There are best practices, and I hope to speak to some of those things as we move through the other questions. But those would be that's my approach. And again, I know I'm an oddball in a room with folks who are technologists, but I think it's an important part because any type of application and changes to the system and the culture are definitely a space of folks who work and use research to understand how to do those better. I'll stop there.
Thanks very much. Lou, let's take this one over to you. The question is, how are agencies aligning their zero trust principles with the broader modernization strategies?
Yeah, thanks, John. And I'll start by saying first, I don't see myself as a technologist, as a CISO of the Department of Interior. My role is really that of a risk manager. It's my job to help the department understand the risks within their information system so that they can manage them effectively to meet the mission goals that they have. So at the department, and I'm going to take, we have a small panel, so I'm going to take my time answering this, so bear with me.
Please
You know,
do.
At the Department of Interior, a lot of people don't know what we do. We have a critical mission. We manage the lands, the natural resources across this country. You probably know some of our organizations like National Park Service, USGS, Bureau of Land Management. Has anyone here been to the Hoover Dam? Anybody? Yeah. You can thank the Department of Interior for that. Bureau of Reclamation, we manage critical infrastructure. So we have extremely important missions, and our applications support these missions. So let's talk about Zero Trust. So I've been the CISO at the department roughly 6 months. Prior to that, I was a Zero Trust program manager. I effectively was in that role right after OMB 2209 came out, have been living, breathing, eating Zero Trust for the last 3-4 years, however long that's been. And what I've learned about Zero Trust, I think everyone probably who has worked in this has probably gotten this, is that there's not one silver bullet that you can implement that will implement Zero Trust. It is a team sport. That's why CISA created the Zero Trust maturity model with multiple pillars. Applications, one of the pillars. It's critically important that we have secure applications that can deliver the services they need. However, one of the reasons why Zero Trust is so important is that within the federal government, what I've realized working there for 23 years is that as long as we continue to have the constraints around our budget process, acquisitions, political issues, we're never going to have consistently modern applications. We're always going to have legacy applications that we're going to have to manage the risks around. So this is why Zero Trust is so important. It's more about understanding the data that these applications support, doing your best to patch your legacy systems, even though you can't because you got old software that you can't patch. It's also about understanding how to design microsegmentation around these applications so that some applications that you cannot patch, hey, you can build secure controls around it to mitigate the risks around it. So Zero Trust is critically important for applications in the department, in the federal government, because it mitigates these risks that no matter how hard we try, we can't fix. And I'll stop there.
Lou, thanks for that. Sibylla, let's take this one to you. And the question is really federal agencies aligning Zero Trust principles as they move to modernize applications.
Thanks, John. Obviously, agencies are at different parts of their modernization journey. What's obvious, there's an assumption that if you have to modernize, it means you have to get new things or you have to start over. So that's not really the case, right? Because there's not a clean starting point. There's not a clean finish line, especially when you talk about Zero Trust. It's very cyclical. So basically just keep with the basics. Visibility, access control, don't overcomplicate things. That's what's working. So what we've seen is that agencies that include that in their modernization efforts as they go are really successful enforcing those Zero Trust validations and enforcement policies. So it's not something that you have to bolt on as a feature later on.
Thank you very much. And we've kind of touched on this, but I guess if I'm looking for a number one challenge, Lou, you had mentioned, legacy systems are probably going to exist for some good long time. I imagine that's high up on that challenge list. But as you go to, you kind of go around to your discrete applications. So you may take them one at a time. Biggest challenge in actually sort of implementing Zero Trust across legacy, and then you may have some more modern platforms.
Hello?
There you
Sorry.
go. You're on.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a lot of technical challenges to implementing Zero Trust, starting with one of the big challenges in federal government is just data management in general, understanding the data that we're trying to protect. I know in the Interior and other federal agencies, we're still just trying to categorize, tag our data so we understand what it is so that we can protect it properly. I mentioned the challenges around, the actual ability to modernize applications based on the budget process and other things. But the number one biggest challenge that I've seen in implementing Zero Trust across all the pillars is culture. And it's making people understand that Zero Trust is not about implementing new technology. It's about it's a mindset. It's about understanding the principles of zero trust and incorporating that into everything you do. And that's one of the biggest successes that we had in the Department of Interior. And I'll brag for a few minutes. Why not? We did, at Interior, we did, over the past 3 years, we implemented an enterprise SASE solution across 70,000 people, which I'm going to say we were the first relatively large organization to do that. If there's other federal agencies that disagree, you can talk to me later. But very proud of that work. We did a lot of work around implementing phishing-resistant MFA. When we started 3 years ago, I think 30% of our systems used phishing-resistant MFA. As of today, it's 96, I think is the number, 96%. Very proud of that. DAR did. Those types of things are all in the 90%. But the biggest success we had was changing the culture. And the way we did that is we created a cultural adoption program. We created a zero trust community of practice where we would, we'd have monthly meetings. We eventually grew that community of practice grew to 1,000 people, and we had people coming in on a monthly basis where we'd have the stars of zero trust. John Kindervall came in and briefed us on zero trust, and it helped people to understand what it is. We implemented a training program. We trained over 200 people in the department, provided them with zero trust certifications. I'll just say it was Forrester Zero Trust. I can't endorse anything, but contractually you could see we did that. We brought in Forrester to do their zero trust certification training, extremely valuable. We also created working groups, and it was extremely challenging. We had about 300 people across the department working on zero trust. We had working teams for each pillar that worked together to develop strategies and capabilities for zero trust. Very challenging to manage that large group, but what it did is it made everyone feel like they are part of the process. Again, at the time we were a federated environment. We had multiple bureaus who had their own ACIOs who managed their own IT systems. So bringing these people together and building a culture of zero trust. And to me, that's the thing I'm most proud of, because you could see certain people in the beginning, particularly our network engineers, and if they want to know part of zero trust. They're like, no, our perimeter security controls are great. We can stop everything. We don't need you to worry about putting controls as close as you can to the application. That's ridiculous. We don't need SASE. SASE's ridiculous. Come on. We got VPN. It's great. So it was very difficult. But you could see once they went through the training and became part of this community, and they were involved in developing the solutions, you could see the light bulb turn on. And it was, again, I think one of the most successful things we did at Interior.
Excellent. And we'll get back to culture stuff in just a second. But Lisa, I want to turn to you, and just as you sort of have observed what USPTO is doing everything with zero trust, what pops up to really head the challenge list in making sure zero trust principles really go not only for legacy applications, but for the more modern stuff?
I heard a whole bunch of the best practices there, and I know we don't want to skip to culture and talk about it, but it is absolutely one of the more essential things that we have to address. I think that sometimes those who are in the business of implementing and working really closely with technology sometimes are so busy with all of the challenges with that it gets tough to have to stand back and look at the bigger picture. And one of the things or concepts that's important to keep in mind as you do implementations and embrace these things and look out for our systems is the issue of technical security fatigue, or system security fatigue. And that's just this constant shift and change and churn, and because of technology evolves, of course, and because threats evolve, we have to evolve. That constant change can lead to resistance. And so in engaging in sort of that dialogue, another term I would use is making sure that in your implementation and how you develop the process of doing something different, that you work and foster opportunities to do it through and with people versus to and on them. And I probably stole that from military folks. Someone in the audience can hold me my foot to the fire for that one. But it is very important in doing these types of things. For me, it's probably one of the biggest challenges to make sure that's integrated at every step while also trying to work really quickly. And sometimes there's a difficulty with communication because of the technical nature of the terms when you're dealing with people who are non-technical, just as well as problematics with people who are technical, kind of holding their turf, as you will, about what they think they should do and what shouldn't be done. So I'll leave it with that, and I'm sure we can talk a little bit more about that as we progress to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you very much. And Sibylla, from your perspective, topping the challenge list is in sort of implementing Zero Trust.
Well, especially when you're talking legacy systems, to build on what Lou and Dr. Briggs said, definitely the culture. If you come in, why, if you have high turnover rates, why are you going to learn some legacy system when you think that it's going to go away, even though in reality it never really does, especially this year. You're probably going to be stuck with what you have. So with that, when you think of Zero Trust, you think segmentation, micro-segmentation. That's really great, but you're ending up with fragmentation, which is kind of a killer for Zero Trust, right? You have all these siloed tools, all of these displaced processes, duplicative processes. So to really help with that unification, integration, and overall observability would be very, very helpful in that regard, but culture for sure.
And so we will take it we'll drill down a little bit into the culture aspect that you all have brought up. I would just add in, I was asking some DoD and DISA people a couple of years ago about Zero Trust cultural stuff. And I said, having never been in the military but familiar with the structure, I said, wait a second, why do you have cultural issues? You have a 3-star general at the top of the organization that can order you, literally, to do stuff. And the guys in the room just laughed at me. And they said, no, culture really doesn't work that way. You can be yelled at a lot, but it doesn't mean it ends up happening. So this question is really just sort of touch on some of that culture stuff. But the question is, how can organizations, or how are they, fostering that security-first culture amongst their developers and IT teams? Blue, if you want to take us on that one.
Yes, and I've tried the yelling thing. It has not worked for me. I tried a lot. And you mentioned it's interesting, the military. Yeah, you have a general, and there's a clear chain of command. You can command people to do things. At the Department of Interior and most federal agencies, it doesn't work that way. Our CIO doesn't have a direct authority over the associate CIOs who are in the bureaus and offices. They have, they have independence to run their organizations. We have to work collaboratively with them. And again, this goes back to the budget process, because our bureaus get direct appropriations from Congress, and they manage their organizations, through, independently outside of our OCIO organization. Now, FITARA has given us some ability to provide oversight to them, but there's still that challenge where there's no direct chain of command where you can tell them, do this. So we've had to work collaboratively. And again, it goes back to, that's why we've had to build working groups, these large working groups. And look, it'd be so easy if I could just say, hey, do this, but I can't, because they just won't do it. So I have to bring everyone in, all of our associate CISOs into these conversations, have them sitting at the table as we make these decisions. It's challenging, it takes longer, but that's what we had to do. And it mostly worked. The same thing with software development. So this is another big area, like within the Department of Interior, where it was extremely challenging, because our application developers are spread all over the department. Most of them aren't even in their IT organizations, right? They're part of the mission organizations. Our missions, they get direct funding, so they want to develop an application. They get a contract, they bring in application developers. We had roughly about, 1,000 so-called application developers across the department. So that's another thing we did. We created a software community of practice, right? We brought everyone together. Let's start talking about how we can collaborate. We didn't even have a standard SDLC, right? All the bureaus and offices had their own standard SDLC. So we started working together. Let's come up with common practices for how we can do, secure coding, DevSecOps, CI/CD, all these things that I'm not really sure exactly what they are, but I've been told that they're good. Again, it's in the federal government, it's all about creating these communities so they work collaboratively, they have input into decisions, and ultimately that's how we've gotten things done.
So really, the people game and getting people into groups. Lisa, thoughts from you about how to foster that security-first culture?
I think you've heard some examples of it, but I would say in terms of practices that work, breaking through silos and having people who can communicate across areas, across units and departments and get people to talk about how to get something done. It also takes senior level buy-in. Without that, you're just a bunch of folks kind of in their own little wheelhouses doing what they want. And when you get people together, you're not just getting them there for, just to share things, but really you're trying to specifically get buy-in, get them to understand what's in it for them. How does whatever you're trying to implement going to benefit them so that there is a motivation inherently to do it? And that's part of that partnership nexus that we talk about. You have to strategically communicate, speak specifically, as I mentioned before, to the different areas in ways that they can understand. Again, it takes a lot of skill and a person with a lot of experience outside of what they specifically do to have that. And also education and awareness constantly. And not as a one-off or even as a check-the-box exercise, but evolving education and awareness is something that I talk about. So too many times we get into a thing where we put a training up and then we run that training for 8 years, it's the same training. But things change a lot when it comes to technology, so it's really important to give people updates, and especially in the security and sort of cyber realm that has a national security thing, helping people understand what's at risk in real time, updating them and making them aware of why zero trust is an important thing, what it means for us, and evolving that discussion is also really important. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Sibylla, thoughts about getting that security first culture? What is important to do?
Sure. I'll kind of echo what Lou and Dr. Briggs said, where the feedback loop is super important. It helps get that buy-in and shared ownership of that entire process. But I mean, people have heard this all the time, but security is an event-driven business, right? So, if you're not in security teams, you don't really care about it unless, something happens or you get in trouble. So what's really helpful is for organizations and agencies when they are sharing not only their security losses, but their security wins. So helping them, they get that more, they have more observability, or they have that lockdown access to share that. And it's not just celebrating when you have JIRAs completed or you have this new feature that's delivered. If that's the case, it's a missed opportunity.
And then let me just ask you, as a kind of a small corollary to that. So you've done all of that, you've emphasized all of that, and it's not working. So overcoming resistance would be the key to this question. Is there some last foot to be put down, or some last piece of information to be injected into the culture that really brings it home? And if you want to take that one, Sibylla, that would be great.
Sure. A lot of resistance comes from two things. So a fear of disruption and also lack of clarity. So addressing both of those are really, really helpful. A very effective strategy we've seen with more advanced agencies is where they are focusing more on the outcomes of zero trust as opposed to buzzwords and checklists, saying exactly how zero trust can help with, more control or less noise, more advanced responses, all of that, people tend to lean in on a lot easier. And honestly, people will adopt what makes their job easier.
Right.
So, yep.
And Lou, when you've gotten together all of your practice groups and so forth, and there's still resistance, is there a step beyond that you can talk about?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's always still going to be resistance, right? And generally within the federal government, it's usually command and control. Particularly when we're trying to implement enterprise services. SASE was a great example. We were trying to implement an enterprise SASE solution. We had made a decision on a certain technology platform. Other bureaus said, no, we wanted to use this other platform. It's better, right? And so, ultimately, at some point, someone does have to make a decision. Our CIO did say, hey, we're going to do this. Get behind it and deal with it. There was still resistance, right? But the thing that worked most effectively for me, again, is me reaching out to the people specifically resisting, trying to understand their challenges, bringing them to the table and saying, hey, you can be part of the solution. Let's work together so that we can figure out how to make this work. You have an opportunity look, we have an opportunity to be part of something huge. We're going to implement this system to the entire enterprise, something we've never done before. And it's, for me, what's always been successful is just finding the people who are the resistors and understanding why they're resisting and bringing them to the table and saying, all right, be part of the solution. Help us do it.
Great experience there. And Lisa, you can finish us with that sort of, it is a culture question, but it is kind of getting towards the end of that process when resistance in the organization needs to be further overcome.
I think everyone's already said the elements. What I would look for if I were looking at cultural alignment would be, what do you tell them they're going to do? What do you expect them to do? And what do they actually want to do? And what I hear is that at that last end, there are people who still have these issues that they want resolved. And the important thing to do is to connect with them and reach out. Too often what organizations do wrong is they ignore them and then they just kind of try to force it. And culture, you know, it can destroy your plans and aims no matter how much you say you're going to do it and put signs up saying this is what we're about. That bottom level of understanding connection is important. We have to continue to communicate, try to overcome, help them understand what's in it for them, and stay connected. And sometimes, very hopefully minimally, it's just the way it's going to be. And you can make sure the door is open so those communications can continue with those people, because it's not every time that you're going to get 100% agreement about anything. And even if you get it, it doesn't often stay. It's a swirling ball of understanding. But checking in and offering the opportunity to talk is probably the best case solution you can do when you can't get 100% agreement, which I would tell you is usually not what happens. So that's
Thank you very much. And so I'm just going to skip ahead one and just probably maybe the most important things to relate to the folks that we have in the room here. You have all been through the Zero Trust implementation process, still going through it. Maybe one or two of best lessons learned from each of you that would really help. So Lou, do you have a one or two in the really top of the list best lessons?
Yeah, and it's a lot of what we talked about, right? You know, building that culture of zero trust, and it's making people understand it's not necessarily a technology issue. It's more about understanding the concepts and principles of zero trust, incorporating it into everything you do. So, for me, that's it's been the most important thing is getting people to understand what it is, why we do it, and just no matter what your job is, whether you're a help desk technician, network engineer, application developer, understanding the concepts of zero trust and how you incorporate it into your daily activities.
Perfect. Lisa, one or two your best lessons learned as you've viewed and gone through the implementation process?
Say strategic messaging is really important. But listen, zero trust as a concept, as a term, it may not mean anything to folks who are on the technological or technology side of the implementation. But from a receiver, it's not necessarily a good, doesn't sound good, zero trust and what it's about. It almost suggests that people are guilty of something. And so working around that, being strategic, showing your work, show results as you implement, show how doing this is better. Tell people about it, be really transparent and stay connected to all parts. A lot of times your people who are dissidents or don't agree believe it won't work. But if you can show it and even be honest when you have setbacks, talk about that and keep people informed, build that community, build that culture, and build trust in the change is one of the best things that you can do to get things to be implemented. Over.
Thank you. Sibylla, you'll get the last word on that one, but maybe top one or two lessons learned through that implementation process.
Let's see. Learn this the hard way that enforcing zero trust without validation brings in a lot of risk. You can't validate what you can't see. So at least one takeaway is to introduce that foundation of visibility and validation. Both zero trust and modernization depend on it, as well as don't over-engineer zero trust. Zero trust wins come with a lot more clarity, not complexity.
Excellent. The next question, I think, is probably one near and dear to the hearts of some people in this room, and I sense there are a fair amount of private sector folks. who know security well, know the security needs, the technology well. But as we sit here, the question is there anything necessary in your view to keep up progress on zero trust? But specifically, is there anything that the private sector might come to the government or come to any other organizations with ways to help that you find would be great to hear from them now? So, Lou, why don't you kick us off? So the question is really how to keep up progress and what might the private sector do to help you?
Yeah, love that question because when zero trust sort of was put into full speed with the Executive Order 14028, OMB 2209. I love 2209, right? Because it basically forced us to do something. It was not a full implementation of zero trust. It's like, you guys, federal agencies, you have to do something, right? The only problem with it is it did focus on certain technology things like MFA, eliminating VPN. So everyone in the federal government all of a sudden said, hey, you know what? We need to implement phishing resistant MFA. We need to do DAR-DIT, and I need a SASE solution. But I think we missed some of the points of zero trust in that it really starts with, number one, we got to understand the data that we have and what are we trying to protect? And that's where we've really lagged behind. I don't know why it's so challenging. I don't know if the public sector is able to do this. I don't know one federal agency that has a good grasp on their data, what it is, where it is, what applications are using it. So I've seen all kinds of tools. We've tried it. I've heard AI can help with this. I've seen so many damn AI briefings. I'm so tired of AI. Please, do something else, guys. No more AI. Sorry. But yeah, just making it easier for federal agencies to understand our data so that we can better protect it, right? And then this goes back to making sure that we have secure applications that process this data. The other big thing that I think is really the next step that we kind of missed is, SASE gave us that north-south microsegmentation strategy, and it's great. I love SASE, but we're still missing the point on the inside of our networks and the microsegmentation around our critical applications. And there's a huge opportunity there because number one, we have certain applications that have lower risks that, hey, you know what, we don't need all the same level of security controls around it, so we can accept more risk. We don't have to expend as much money to protect that. But we have critical applications in our networks that they're sitting on the same networks. We don't have good visibilities. Another huge thing, we don't have good visibility of what traffic's going in and out of them, what ports are open, what people are accessing them on. So I think for me, and you'll. One of the reasons I'm bringing this up, CISA just recently released their microsegmentation guidance, and I think it's critically important that be a focus for federal agencies in the future, is figuring out how can I really implement microsegmentation inside our networks efficiently and effectively. It's been challenging with the tools we've had in the past. Better tools around that would be great.
Lou, that's a great list and a real practical list for everybody listening too. Lisa, anything to put on top of that or add to that? So the question really is what's necessary to keep up progress, but for private sector people, how could they be helping out?
And from that 35,000 mile away view is that what works really well is when you have the folks in the room who are having problems talking with those who are offering solutions, with those who are already engaging and doing. So that working group kind of mentality where you're coming together. Executive orders are typically reactions to something, and they often look at things from like what was happening then. But especially when it comes to security and technology, it's always evolving. By the time the ink is dry on the order, there's all of these other things that are really going on, or maybe not everyone was at the table when it was developed. So you're already behind the curve most times. And so having folks in the room, for example, vendors who are the ones who are developing solutions is good, as well as those who are already implementing and have lessons learned, because sometimes private sector is a little bit faster than government. And I say that with a bit of a joke in mind because it can be really difficult for us to move forward in our large organizations. Bringing them together and talking about things. One of the things that isn't as helpful is sort of giving the bullet points. Hey, we were able to do this and we were able to do that, and this is what we did. But what people really want to know is how. How did you make the the soup? What was in it? What did you do? What were your effective strategies? So having opportunities to come together to discuss those types of things in depth and more than once, periodically, is really helpful to kind of get through things, especially when things are moving fast. And with technology, it is moving fast. And like you, Lou, AI is, it's my frenemy. I know we have to talk about it and embrace it. And I'm laughing at your comment because typically those of us who are about to retire or maybe need to, we just have a fatigue level when it comes to like one more thing. Here we go again. So, let's, enjoy the suck, embrace it, just try to do what we can. That's all I have to say on it. Over.
Thank you, Lisa. I love the AI is the frenemy part. Sibylla, you can get the last piece on this one, but just a couple of thoughts on what's necessary to keep up on zero trust progress and what might the private sector be doing to make that easier.
Sure. I mean, one thing that's for certain is that there's going to be a lot of change, right? So one thing, especially with when the industry comes in and the government works together with the industry, is not tying their data strategy to one tool, perhaps, maybe making sure it's more evolving, that all these different organizations can work together, all these different environments can work together. I think that's super helpful and better future-proof for any additional changes or mandates that come down the line.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask our friend Tom Suter to see if he can round up a question or two for the panel. But while Tom does that, I'm going to give us our last formal question, oftentimes at the end of a panel, the most important one. So out of everything that we've discussed here today, if you could give just one super important thought as the take-home thought for somebody to walk out of here and go, okay, that's the thing I'm going to remember. Sibylla, one good take-home thought based on what we've spoken about.
Don't over-engineer zero trust. Zero trust wins with more clarity, not complexity, and visibility.
Excellent. Lisa, one good, simple take-home thought.
Collaborate, collect, and communicate throughout the process.
Perfect. Lou, your turn. One great take-home thought.
Well, I like what Sibylla said around zero trust does not have to be complicated. We think it's it does not have to be complicated. Again, I'll go back. I've said this a number of times. It goes back to just understand the principles and incorporate it into the activities you do. You don't have to buy a bunch of new stuff to do zero trust. You can do it with what you have right now. It's just using the tools you have, understanding that it's a team sport. If you could have the best identity solution in the world using access-based controls, but if you don't know what if you don't have your data categorized and you don't have applications built into microsegments, it doesn't matter what your attributes are saying, because it's not going to get you into where you need to go, right? It's a team sport. And again, understand the principles, incorporate it into your daily activities, and don't overcomplicate it.
And then, as you've said, with data, understand what it is you're protecting and why that's important.
Yeah, it's kind of important, John. I wish we could figure that out.
Right.
If someone could help us with that, please.
So, Tom, do you have a question from the audience for the panel?
Anybody have one? This is like the last question of the day. All right, we got a victim. Here you go. I'm holding the mic. I learned one thing from Jason. Right, Jason?
Got a smile on Jason. He finally got a smile on his face. Hey, so this question, I guess, is for you, Mr. Eichenbaum, and Ms. Briggs. So with all the logs that are coming in, and I know OMB had put out some guidance, I think it was last year, on log management retention after what happened. What's the plan for the agency? So I know Cribble does a fantastic job on the cyber side, but the other logs, what's the agency's plan now to preserve those logs and, for lack of a better word, a secure vault?
Folks, that's a jump ball. You can all jump for it, but stick your hand up. Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Briggs, did you want to go first? I certainly would love to jump on that one.
A lot to say on that. I'm not aware of what those are, so I'm going to be quiet and let you help explain and say it.
Oh boy, how much time do I have? Yeah, OMB released, what was it, 2131. Good Lord. And basically told federal agencies you have to capture every log in the world and you have to store it, hot storage for a year, cold storage, 18 months, I believe. And again, that's another one. No one's doing that. No one can afford to do that. You know, we actually tried to get an investment in place to try to get close to that. Couldn't do it. So how are you smart about this? I'll give Sibylla here a little bump here. We do need help understanding. What we did is we said, look, let's figure out what are the logs we really need that are important to us to actually make decisions, right? What do the folks in our SOC need to see to help us make decisions? What are the logs we need to feed into our to our Splunk, our SOAR systems to automate certain processes, right? It's hard. It takes time. But look, we just saying, hey, you need to capture every log in the world and store it forever. It's impossible, right? You need tools. You need the ability to understand what are the logs I really need to make these decisions and do that. And I think the other point you were going to, which is another thing, is that it's not all about security logs. There's operational logs. That's another challenge that we've seen as well, because I'm the CISO. I care about security. I don't care what these ops people are doing, but they do. And when we started consolidating our Splunk environment, we were focused on security logs. And like, wait a second, our ops people need these logs as well. So it's not just all about security logs. I think that's a really good point that, I'll be honest, I missed it as well early on. I was like, I don't care about your ops logs. So yeah, I'll stop there. I'm sure Sibylla wants to jump in on this.
Sibylla, take us home on that one.
Well, yeah, to highlight that, I mean, geez, M2131, I still have PTSD from it. But specifically, like, what is security relevant? What is relevant? What do you need in these specific tools? Again, how you can actually make that interoperable, collect it from different formats and get them all working together and different agencies across different security domains, that's huge. It's definitely a struggle for sure. So,
thank you so much. Tom, anything further, or shall we wrap for the day? Up to you.
Just a quick comment. Lou, I don't know if you remember this, but I remember Sylvia Burns had me in your office in Department of Interior. I think it was like 7 or 8 years ago. Do you remember that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, Tom. Yeah.
She asked me.
Like it was yesterday.
She asked me. Well, she was very familiar with ATARC, and she asked me. We're looking at establishing zero trust. I think I said, "What's that?" Yeah. Remember?
Yeah, me too. I didn't know what it is.
You were sitting there. You were like the designated expert too.
Well, that was after they bought me remember the O'Reilly Zero Trust book? They bought it. She bought us all this book. She said, this was 7, 8 years ago. She said, we're doing zero trust. I was like, I don't know what that is. So read this book. And so we've been trying to do it for a long time, and we've been working at it, and we're slowly making progress.
We muddled through it together. One other comment. I love how I think it's a good general practice for agencies to have communities of practice within themselves. I think what ATARC we try to do is bring those communities in touch with other communities, and I think it's a great model. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. I think we got a wrap, John.
Okay, very good. Well, listen, I want to thank all of the panelists for all of the insight, and it's very meaningful to me because I know it comes right from the work that they do. So, Lisa and Lou and Sibylla, thank you very much. Can we have a hand for the panel?
Thank you all. And that is our last panel of the day, and I appreciate everybody for sticking it out here. I appreciate all of our vendors. We had some really good tech talks today. Thank you, Carasoft. I really want to thank my staff. I mean, they say it can't be done. Getting 20, 25 government people at an event, great job by all, and really a great job by everybody here sticking through it and being very engaging. Thank you all.